Hello. So forever. And Joy Reid has taken an interesting shift. I want to take you back to a new segment of Joy Reid when she was spoken to about specific groups. And I want you to hear what was said about these groups. And we're going to fast forward to what she's asking for now, because it contradicts what happened in this segment years ago when she smeared these groups. Phil Scott did an incredibly good breakdown of this. I have more I want to add to this, but this was the segment years ago. Listen to this.
Will vote for Democrats. And so now we have a whole campaign getting several campaigns, by the way. We have identified at least 5 existing campaigns that are focused on getting Black people to do only one thing, not vote for the Democrats.
And can you name one of those 5 campaigns? I mean, we put up from the report that you're saying that there's a conversation about reparations that has to do with it. There's a criminal justice conversation. Yes. There's an immigration. Go on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Reparations, immigration, and
now let's stop this. This was, I think, at least 6-7 years ago. And based off this report they had at the time, okay, now we get to see what survived the Thanos snap. So ADOS clearly didn't survive. Brexit didn't survive. FBA, tangibles, is still going strong. Black Voice for Trump, that's gone. Walk away, that's gone. And
let me just pause here. Let me explain what this is all about. List of disinformation campaigns. So this was prior to the presidential election years ago. They put ADOS, American Descendants of Slaves. They said this is what they said on Joy Reid's show, which she went along with, that these were the disinformation campaigns. So pay close attention, guys, because now she's saying something different. So ADOS is an organization. I've interviewed Yvette Carnell on this show before. That's an organization. Brexit, yep, that is gone. He's right. Tangibles. FBA, Foundational Black Americans, which is a lineage, right? And they put that as disinformation. They put the word tangibles as disinformation. Guys, I kid you not. Like, this shit makes me laugh. So apparently you demanding something for your vote was considered disinformation, even though every group has demands for the people that they want to vote for. So this is what they were saying. Didn't I tell you guys, this is how they treat us? This is how they were treating Black voters. How dare you ask for something? And then they did it on the Black Woman Show, and Joy Reid did not push back. So let's go on more here. List of issues targeting Black voters: reparations, criminal justice, climate change, immigration. You see how they talked about us? As if we were like a study. Like, we are not a science project. This was on MSNBC. So this is when Joy Reid was still a part of MSNBC. They talk about us like we're a science project. It's laughable. Imagine if it was another group. Imagine if it was another group. Do you think they would have ever put on MSNBC disinformation because Jewish Americans were asking for something for Israel? Do you think they would have put that as disinformation? Hell no.
Well, I'm not sure if you got more of that to share, or
let's go on.
Pop in. Hello, everyone.
Here, because I want to get back to that segment there. There we go.
Around being a cop is important, is because anything that hinges on criminal justice.
I do have more, but it's like a segue into something else.
Sure.
It is. What I'm trying to present here is how those people that were in mainstream media who got fired and went into independent media, showing the behaviors, showing how they did a complete 180. And now they're acting like they're on our side.
Right.
But on our side, what they're trying to do is just corral us back to their party, but not from the mainstream media effect, but from, I'm independent, I'm on your side, listen to me, all we need to do is vote blue harder, vote red harder. So this is what I'm kind of trying to convey here.
Right.
Just so you know.
I appreciate you sharing this. I found it interesting find you have here with this, with that Sabi's.
It's a little bit more.
Was it?
I would like to.
Was
oh,
it?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to remember.
It was
the
a
guy.
delay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There's too many Scotts out there. People with last name Scott. I always, for some reason, forget which Scott this is. Whatever, the African Diaspora Channel. Just brain
That's
farting.
Philip Scott. That's
Philip
Michael
Scott,
Pan's.
yeah.
That's Michael Pan's boy.
It's just because Philip is not maybe
That's his main man.
I'm thinking Philip is maybe the name, a name that doesn't like fit with that face for me, but that's like a subjective thing. But anyway, I'm just saying that's a good find they have here with this list of disinformation campaigns, and they're putting tangibles, FBA, and ADOS and stuff like. That's kind of disingenuous, you know. It's kind of motivated.
Well, so look,
disinformation about disinformation.
Blexit was Candace Owens. She was the main, like she's the one that coined Blexit, Candace Owens. She don't even talk about that no more. Don't even matter to her.
Well, we'll see if she brings it back. This is the other thing about independent media. Those people you mentioned who are pretending to be on our side, who are from the mainstream media, I think they do listen to our mainstream media, or our independent media, sorry. The mainstream, ex-mainstream people listen to the grassroots podcasts like ours, maybe.
Yes.
Probably not us, but. And then they take our ideas and try and repackage them.
And repackage them and then put them forward as if it's something they said.
Exactly.
Which is what she's talking about. How Joy Reid just took our ideas and repackaged them and put them forward. So Blexit was Candace Owens. She don't even talk about that shit no more. She just so far up Charlie Kirk's ass and whatever grift she has going on.
Well, recently she's gone to Russia to this conference of Russian capitalists.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I mean to dismiss you.
No,
I
that's
was
okay.
dismissing
Whatever.
her.
That's enough, right? I didn't even check it out. I'm just hearing it on the independent media. And I'm like,
Okay.
oh, that fits with everything I've been looking into.
And then Black Voices for Trump has never really been a thing. Like, we was just like, who are these same motherfuckers you are traveling around the country with these t-shirts on? Who the fuck are these people? We don't know these people.
Compradors have always been a thing.
And walk away, like, that was never a thing for Black people either. So
yeah, I wasn't sure. I was going to ask, what is the walk away about? I don't even know.
Walk away from the Democratic Party, which
it's information campaign. Fuck you guys, right? Walk away.
But the thing is, it's disingenuous because they're not saying walk away from the Democratic Party and like be a whole self and start your own community party or whatever. It is walk away and join Republicans. So yeah. It's all bullshit.
Walk away in and of itself sounds like it could be an intentional kind of psyop because it's intentionally vague. It's not specific enough to be meaningful.
Oh, well, I'm telling you what it is.
Yeah, and the vagary is about the implicit suggestion of you got nowhere else to go, but you're going to have to walk away from them. Right?
You got to walk away from them, but come to us.
Mhm.
No, thank you. If I'm walking away from both of y'all. Deuces. Okay.
And this list of issues for Black voters, as if immigration and climate change and criminal justice aren't issues for every other type of voter.
So can I play a little bit more of this? And then I wanted to juxtapose this with Jimmy Dore did an interview with Tucker Carlson. Is my hair looking crazy? Let me see.
It's all good. It's fine.
Jimmy Dore did a interview with Tucker Carlson. So I want to juxtapose this behavior, this right here, with that behavior, and see what you have to say about it. And then we could just, start talking shit after that.
Sounds good. Let's get to it. I just want to say,
it's okay.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for being here, Macy and Cookies, and whoever else is there. Welcome.
Driving me Macy. I don't know why I always want to sing.
Well, sing your heart out if you.
Bad Cookies was in well, he knows. He was being bad. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Let me see. How the hell? Okay, here we go.
Specific groups. And I want you to hear what was
Wait, hold on, girl.
segment years ago. Listen to this.
Will vote for Democrats. And so now we have a whole campaign getting several campaigns, by the way. We have identified at least 5 existing campaigns that are focused on getting Black people to do only one thing, not vote for the Democrats.
And can you name one of those 5 campaigns? I mean, we put up from the report that you're saying that there's a conversation about reparations that has to do with it. There's a criminal justice conversation. Yes. There's an immigration. Go on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Reparations, immigration, and
now let's stop this. This was, I think, at least 6-7 years ago.
This is Michael Pann's
and
boy.
Based
That's
off
Philip
this
Scott.
report they had at the time. Okay. Now we get to see what survived the Thanos snap. So ADOS clearly didn't survive. Blexit didn't survive. FBA tangibles is still going strong. Black Voice for Trump, that's gone. Walk Away, that's gone. And
let me just pause here. Let me explain what this is all about. List of disinformation campaigns.
Okay,
so this was prior to how dare you ask for something, and then they did it on the Black Woman Show.
Go back a little
Every
bit.
group has demands for the people that they want to vote for. So this is what they were saying. Didn't I tell you guys? This is how they treat us. This is how they were treating Black voters. How dare you ask for something? And then they did it on the Black Woman Show. And Joy Reid did not push back. So let's go on more here. List of issues targeting Black voters: reparations, criminal justice, climate change, immigration. You see how they talked about us? As if we were like a study. Like we are not a science project.
I say, to be fair,
this was on MSNBC. So this is when Joy Reid was still a part of MSNBC.
Like that too.
To be fair, what?
To be fair, I think they treat all the other groups like that too, like a study, But maybe there's just a little bit more kind of a.
I don't necessarily agree because there is a hierarchy in America, and Black people are at the bottom.
Right.
So I'm not saying they don't treat other people like that, but I'm saying they treat us the harshest. Right.
Well, I'm not trying to say that they don't. I'm just saying they do kind of, let's the eugenic way, treat everyone like a specimen. Something to be fair, you are making a correct statement. But to be even more fair, you know what I'm saying? Well, you're picking up what I'm putting down. It's a bit tricky because sometimes even a correct statement can somehow seem to kind of erase some nuance, like a general statement sort of takes away from a more particular statement or something. Does that make sense?
Guess so. I'm
Anyway,
sorry. I
didn't mean
was
to
trying
interrupt.
to
I just wanted to comment briefly on that. Sorry.
yeah, I just got distracted because I remember I was able to put the comments on the other screen so I could see, and I'm trying to do that. So that's where that's why I'm,
All good.
kind of flighty right now. Okay, so let's just play and then I'm gonna see if I can figure it out.
They talk about us like we're a science project. It's laughable. Imagine if it was another group. Imagine if it was another group. Do you think they would have ever put on MSNBC disinformation because Jewish Americans were asking for something for Israel? Do you think they would have put that as disinformation? Hell no. Let's go on. Let me fast forward a little bit here because I want to get back to that segment there. There we go.
Around being a cop is important is because anything that hinges on criminal justice becomes a divisive issue and is being used as a weapon right now. Are there real issues? Absolutely. I want to make sure that people don't dismiss the fact that there are some real issues that we're talking about. I think you had Cory Booker on here talking about police brutality. These are key important issues to our community. We know that this is the case because in the previous election in 2016, Black Lives Matter was targeted because of their campaign that was focused on police brutality.
Right.
It's still existing. It's still happening right now. It's just that we're not seeing a way to handle this and do a counter narrative.
Very quickly, we're out of time, but how can people?
So you see, they didn't want you to really get into the criminal justice. They didn't really want you. So they had a Black woman go into a Black woman show and say, basically, you guys are not following the script. So we're going to go let everybody know that you're disinformation and that they should not pay attention to you or they should attack you. And we'll get to that part as well.
Tell the difference between the real genuine thing of Black Lives Matter and the ones that are just designed to make you not vote. How do you even tell?
So you can tell right away by the language that they use most of the time. But if you,
I don't know how much more we should do this than to ask the audience, do you remember this Joy Reid versus the Joy Reid that we have today? Because it's a completely different Joy Reid.
She looks very different too. It's been a while, but yeah.
It's not the look, it's the speech, it's the talk.
see anyone who says basically tangibles or you're not getting our vote without us getting something back, you should start to pause and take a better look at what the language that they use most of the time. But if you see anyone who says basically tangibles or you're not getting our vote without us getting something back, you should start to pause and take a better look at what they're saying.
Wow.
Oh,
Look at
here
this.
we go.
94% of people believe company culture is important to an organization.
I thought you tried to mute it and it was just lag.
I tried to.
Do you see the type of mess that was spread? Now do you see why the Black vote for the Democratic Party has continued to decline over the years? It's not increasing, it's decreasing. I warned people about this in 2024 and they were just like, you don't know what you're talking about. Roland Martin told me I was uneducated and stupid.
Okay, I just wanted to show you Joy Reid before. Because Joy Reid now, I don't know if anybody even pays attention to her. Joy Reid now is a very pro-Black. But Joy Reid then was very, oh, I don't know, like, what can we do? And it just
Interesting.
I think the entire point is to say that these people who left mainstream media came to independent media for the purpose of being a psyops. And there's people like, I'm just gonna say it, Michael, Adam Mocher, I think his name is Adam Mocher.
I'm not
The
sure.
one who went to college and dropped out. He's in Midas Touch. How the fuck do you have this many followers? How the fuck are you on CNN if you weren't picked out of obscurity? Like, I'm supposed to believe you grassroots.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, lately is
Like, come on.
too many other people out there that could be like repeat guests, and there's a bit of a pattern that is identifiable when you recognize, like, oh, for some reason they just keep wanting to validate this
same people
person over and over again. Yeah,
over and over again.
I don't
And this
necessarily have
dude
the
is
motive.
like 25 years old or something.
Doesn't mean that
Like,
I
are
can
you
tell the
fucking kidding
intent.
me?
Like, it doesn't mean that I'd have to set like take an educated guess for what the intent is, but like that's not enough information. But I do know something's up. You know, my spidey senses are
I do know
going
something
up for a reason. Yeah.
because his whole thing is like Democrats. So we got a problem here.
Mm-hmm.
There's a problem. So
And I think also I'll just have to say on this that we have to not get like in the jungle, you get a little worried about the one predator and then you get kind of tunnel vision and then you're open to the other one. So while it's right for us to be concerned about the mainstream media, people trying to whitewash themselves, launder themselves into the independent media,
works for a handful
we got to
of
be worried about
international
people who are
globalist
never.
millionaires, which is why we have homelessness.
Sorry, we got to worry about people who were never in the mainstream media. Just because they were independent and grassroots to begin with doesn't mean that they can't go wayward. You know, that's all I wanted to say. Sorry,
that we're like, and we live in a surveillance state, and so we're like China, except we have more.
You want to start the Jimmy video over again? Sorry, I had to bring it down because I wasn't finished.
No, I wanted to also show
Rondo.
I gotta figure out where this is. Hold on. Give me a little second.
No worries. Rondo
It's
says,
Jimmy Dore talking to fucking Tucker Carlson.
okay. I think we got a bit of a delay. So Rondo's saying Midas Touch is a cutout like Turning Point USA. I don't really know what this Midas Touch is, but it doesn't sound like anything good from what you guys have been saying.
Let's just see. Let me see if I can share. Am I sharing?
Well, no, you were sharing, and then the video had started. I think there's a bit of a delay between you and me, and I was trying to make a comment, so I just put it backstage. So if you want to start the video back over again, then we'll put it back up. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
No
I
worries.
got confused. I'm sorry. I got confused.
I'm thinking one of us might want to. I think I'll leave and come back and see if that fixes the delay. Otherwise, you might have to be the one.
Okay.
Or am I just hearing? Am I wrong? Am I just imagining a delay? I don't know. Go ahead and hit play, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's try.
Seems like if
1/8 plus 1/8 equals 1/4. 1/2 is bigger than 1/3, and 1/3 is bigger than 1/4.
Sorry for
1/2
that.
is the same.
Yep. There we go.
Seems like if you're going to try to compel someone to do something he doesn't want to do, you have to do something he really doesn't want you to do. So like the Occupy Wall Street, which I, especially in retrospect, we needed that. But the tactic was like, have a protest. They don't care about your protest. What they do care about is money. Why has no one ever organized millions of Americans to say stop paying their credit card bills or stop paying their student loans? Why are people paying student loans? I don't understand that. It seems like that might get the attention of the people in charge.
Yeah, well, that certainly would. And you know how Michael Parenti, who died recently, and he was a real friend of the working man. And he said, the oligarchs,
What do you think about
they
that?
don't care about if you have health care. They don't.
I
care
don't
about
like
if you
him trying
can
to
afford a
pretend like
house. They don't
he's the
care
person I
if
need
you
to
have to go
hear
bankrupt getting an
talking about Michael
education. The only
Parenti.
thing they actually do care about is what you think.
Yeah.
That's actually what they care about.
I'm trying to just give me
And
a
that's why
sec.
they spend all
Just
this
give me a
money on
sec.
propaganda. That's why they
betrayed
own
the
the
left
media.
pretty
That's why they
badly there.
constantly keep you propagandized.
when
And the
he
best
Sec, I'm
propaganda
sorry.
is the stuff you
Hold
don't.
on. Okay. There we go. Sorry.
So he got really resentful with the left over not really listening to him over the forced to vote stuff. So he's kind of vindictively been kind of just turning hard to the right and making that money as opposed to worrying about solidarity and shit. And then now he's going to kind of try and like earn back some of that social capital that he threw away by doing that, because he's lost his credibility with his base.
Yeah.
Being the left side of his base, and now he wants it back.
Why?
But fuck you. I'm not
have
giving you no more
electronic votes?
credibility.
Yeah, maybe this is what I wanted to show. Maybe. Let's see. So this is a dude that gaslit us for decades, and now all of a sudden he's seen the light.
Machines that are not faster.
And he's
You don't
not
have to vote
CIA,
fast.
by the way.
An opportunity to
It
push
takes
back
forever.
on him here.
So what
being
is
his
the
buddy, isn't
purpose?
he?
What's the utility? Why do we still have them? Why not just, I don't know, give a thumbprint like they do in
Yes.
civilized countries like Malawi?
It's easier to control. Why? I mean, that's the obvious, right? The easiest answer, right? It's easier to control the vote. Anyway, it's we don't live in a democracy. And then there's always the people who will say, "Well, Jimmy, we don't live in a democracy. We live in a constitutional republic," right? The people who say that, which is true,
of course.
But that is a form of democracy. So I
Yes.
always have to tell people that is a form of democracy. You
Yes.
don't have direct democracy because majority rules is a bad thing. You have to have a constitution which protects the right of the minority in case when you have a tyranny of the majority, which is what we had during COVID.
Yeah. Good point.
You can't stop talking about
In
COVID.
both a direct democracy
Tyranny of
and a
majority
constitutional
instead of
republic,
dictatorship of the
the
bourgeoisie, eh?
core idea is the same, which is the people rule. It's their country. It belongs to them.
Yeah. Good. And if you believe that, I've got a vaccine I'd like to sell you.
So now, I guess my.
I mean, right now
goofy.
we're having a governor's race in California, and so they have it's called a jungle primary. Do you know what that is, right?
Sort of. Tell me.
So instead of Democrats and Republicans having their own primary, they have one big primary. Everybody's in it, including independents, including no party preference people, and the top two vote getters then face off and so that's to make sure that it's just Democrats. Right.
Yeah.
So that's what that is, because we have one party rule in California. And if you think that's good, go to California.
So is he because he tries to play like he's a Democrat or a leftist. But did you just hear that?
Yeah.
Like, am I missing something?
That's a dog whistle against treating the Californians like they're no better than the Chinese one-party communist dictator.
Yeah, am I missing something, or did you catch that?
Yeah, well, he just likes to, be factually incorrect about stuff like that, like all these other right wingers. He'll say something nice and about Michael Parenti, and then he'll say something completely backwards as far as like contradicting any sort of point he would have made about Marxism-Leninism by bringing up Parenti, and then kind of backhanding California in that way, where he's just using those right-wing dog whistles, and it just kind of invalidates anything you would have to say, except for those right-wingers who go, "Oh yeah, he's spot on," whatever. Like, I must not know anything, being a Canadian, about California the way they really are, this one-party state. But this is like, it's disinformation technically, right? If you go ask the AI or whatever if there's a one-party state in California, it'll tell you that they've got a democratic system, but it's rigged, of course. That's the thing that the AI is not going to really acknowledge. So
I was kind of trying to show this just to like show how disingenuous this fucking Tucker Carlson is.
right. And by
Not
the way,
even like Jimmy Dore is just like he's fodder, you know. But this dude right here is a
Right.
CIA agent, and I can't imagine that people don't realize, can't see it. But it's just my humble opinion.
right. That's the thing about the. If you really want to be a real leftist, you're going to be concerned about who is fucking spy and who is not. If you don't really give a shit about class struggle and actual revolution, you don't really need to worry about who works for the state because you're not really intending to be any threat to it. As far as I just wanted to say on California, to pretend like it's exempt from the duopoly that affects the rest of the country is insane. They're not some kind of isolated event.
Do you want to hear more about California then?
Just if you wanted to skip over to whatever comments about Tucker, that's fine. I don't need to. We don't need to get too deep into
I can
everything.
skip then. I can skip. Okay. Here we go.
If you're Rachel Maddow, why not just come out against the war in Iran? I mean, that was a pure Trump thing and Bibi. Everybody in your audience hates Trump and Bibi, so why wouldn't you just say that? Why blame Putin?
First of all, you champion every fucking war that I can remember since I was a teenager. This dude. So now you're trying to say, well, if Rachel Maddow, why won't you just come out against the war? You know why. You know why, because you didn't do it either when you worked for Fox News. Like, who are you talking to? Who are you kidding? Who is eating this stuff up and swallowing it? Because really, he just pissing me off. You have anything to say before I press play?
Well, I'm just in agreement with you about Tucker's got enough blood on his hands. He cannot wash it off. And so going around and shaking hands with someone like him doesn't really make you look good. You know?
At all.
At the very least.
I don't know why Jimmy Dore thinks this is a flex. It is not.
Right. It's a sign of how lost he is.
It's like insane.
Because they have to keep that war going, I guess, and she's a puppet of the military-industrial. Again, you don't get a $35 million contract. This is what she got for telling the truth. You know, Tucker, I use you as an example all the time. You know, you don't get fired for lying. He got fired when he started to tell the truth about the neocons and the military-industrial complex, the Syrian war, which is when you and I first connected, because we were the two people telling the truth.
You were the only other person, and I thought, am I going insane? There's no evidence that this happened. I don't even know Assad. I didn't have strong feelings about Assad. He's certainly better than what we have now in Syria, but I was just like, this just seems as like a reporting matter, like a lie. And you were the only other person saying that. The only other person.
I remember doing a video and I said, boy, if it comes down to me and Tucker telling the truth about this, we're screwed. And of course we are screwed because now Al-Qaeda runs Syria.
Exactly.
Exactly as I predicted, exactly as Tulsi Gabbard predicted.
I know.
That if you get rid of Assad, who's going to take over? Al-Qaeda or ISIS, by the way, which we're funding and probably created. So, and isn't it interesting that ISIS and Al-Qaeda, the sworn enemies of Israel, never attack Israel? Isn't that interesting?
It is kind of weird.
Yeah, it's almost like they invented them for a purpose. People don't care. I talk about this. People don't care, especially my ex-friends in Hollywood. They have no idea about any of this stuff. They don't know that so they see a guy who's running Syria now, and he's got a blue Brooks Brothers suit on. And he's meeting with the president, and he's meeting with Petraeus. He's over at Downing Street, and they're like, "Yeah, he's our guy." I'm like, "You know, he's the former head chopper from Syria, from Al Qaeda, right?" Like, huh? What? I don't know.
You're muted there, Abby.
Sorry, Black Life was bringing me some water and whatever. and checking on me. Very sweet. But
No.
he's saying that to Tucker, like Tucker doesn't notice already. And he does. Oh, look at that face. Oh my gosh. That's a very great pause.
That's perfect. Yeah, I didn't even look at that.
That's
Jimmy for you.
awesome. I just
No, but I don't like this game that they play with Assad there. It's a little bit similar, if not, it's a different particular, but the universal is the lesser of two evils game that they want us to play. They want us to treat like Trump is so much better or so much worse than Kamala Harris, or vice versa. And so this is that was played out with Assad and Al-Jilani, and it doesn't really. It's not the win you think it is, to really come out objectively to determine which is the greater of these two evils, because the greater of two evils is capable of posing as the lesser of two evils. So if I could make a more sophisticated argument to demonstrate to you how Assad is every bit just as bad as Jilani, would you fucking believe it? Or are you caught up in the fallacy of believing that the lesser of two evils is less evil than the greater evil? Because evil is evil is evil.
And why should I be picking between evils? Like, I really don't give a goddamn. Okay, evil is evil.
Yeah, well, I mean,
and I'm not and I choose neither.
Right, and here's another one that you hear is the perfect is the enemy of the good. So we shouldn't try to be perfectionists. That's a good point. But I think we can flip that. We can make a new expression here. We could say the lesser of two evils is the enemy of the good, as much as the perfect is the enemy of the good. And I think that's logically consistent.
I kept this up purposely because he looks insane. I mean, you could like screenshot a bad picture of me too. So
I mean, when you're trying to make a funny face, he's in the middle of a joke.
Just being funny.
I don't mind. Comedians are supposed to be silly. So, but that's if you want to. That's the thing about you can be a comedian, and then your political takes are the political takes of a comedian, or you can be more of an actual serious, I don't know, pundit, I guess, or journalist, political analyst, and then your jokes are the jokes of an analyst, meaning you're basically serious, except for the occasional time where you're allowed to have a sense of humor, but you're not allowed to be a comedian and a political analyst at the same time, because we can't tell if you're being serious or not. And that's the whole fucking thing that the Democratic Party did, where they get to say it's not real democracy or whatever, because we're a private corporation at the end of the day. So we're allowed to gaslight you. We're allowed to be serious and not serious at the same time.
Bad cookies is on my ass, Michael. He said, so then what are you saying, Abidu? Are you going to vote for RFK Jr. when he runs as an independent?
Did you ever have
you know what I would do? I would write in somebody. Fuck it, I'm writing somebody in.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Cookies. The Rachel Maddow defense. That's more specifically what I was trying to say. But yeah, thank you.
Oh,
about how they get to be a journalist, and then but at the in the fine print it's satire. Did you know?
Well, they've been sued. Rachel Maddow and Tucker Carlson, by the way, when he was on Fox News, and she still is on MSNBC, they were sued for like defamation, like for lying, and the Supreme Court said, well, everybody understands this is entertainment news, so you can't sue them for, I can't remember. Let me see if I can look this up. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right?
No,
you
exactly.
know what I'm talking about, right?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's where I'm glad that Cookies elucidated my point more effectively, because that is what I was trying to say. I forgot the details specifically. So, but the general information I had in the back of my mind there. So, and Alex Jones, exactly, yes. So this is the thing. It's like a double-edged sword. It's an effective defense for you if you want to be this person who's going to make public statements and you don't want to be sued, or if you do get sued, you want to, like, the thing is, you can sue these people all you like, but if they categorize themselves this way, they have an iron tight defense, and you're not going to win your lawsuit. That's the whole point of.
But how are you state media if you like you can't? Alex Jones, that's different. I could see possibly him. Okay. Federal judges dismissed defamation lawsuits against both Tucker Carlson and Rachel Maddow after their respective networks argued that no reasonable viewer expects. Oh, I should share this, huh?
Right. Well, no reasonable viewer.
So you can see it.
That's the point that I'm making. No reasonable viewer should expect to get anything valuable out of what Jimmy is saying here, because he's just being an entertainer. You know.
Yeah, I should share it so it's not just you hearing me. You can read it for yourself. You can see it, right? Okay,
Yeah.
So federal judges dismissed defamation lawsuits against both Tucker Carlson and Rachel Maddow after their respective networks argued that no reasonable viewer expect the hosts' primetime opinion shows, now they're opinion shows, to be literal statements of objective fact. The courts legally classified their programs as commentary, hyperbole.
Hyperbole.
Hyperbole. Thank you. Thank you. Hyperbole and entertainment rather than hard news reporting.
But see, this pisses me off so much.
What the fuck? So why are you? So that's state TV, ain't it?
But that's the loophole, isn't it? Right? Because what this does is the ones that are the CIA agents posing as news reporters, they're able to deliver their state, delivered like the propaganda that the state has delivered to them to deliver to us. You know, they're just a messenger. And so to categorize the propaganda of the state as entertainment legally, or an opinion, whatever show, that is like a high kind of crime, you know. But of course they stand by the fact that they have the right to be secretive about all of their spy shit. Otherwise, for national security purposes or whatever, they wouldn't be allowed to even be spies. But that's the point. There's national security thing, spies, or whatever. There is no such thing as national securities if we have these spy agencies. Okay, there is no sovereignty when you have something like the CIA or the KGB even.
Yeah.
Right? They have too much power. There is no way of controlling them. That's what I'm trying. Yeah.
And you remember I said to you, I said, okay, I think that Tucker Carlson is being put in a position where in 2029, no, I'm sorry, 2027, like when they're trying to figure out how many people are deflecting from Trump or whatever, how it's going to go, and if they're going to run somebody MAGA or someone against MAGA, I think Tucker Carlson will probably be the person. Let me turn my camera on. I'm sorry.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, that's a good theory.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think that's his purpose right now.
Like
but
a Marjorie
look,
Taylor
says,
Greene, Tucker Carlson ticket. That sounds like a winner.
Ah.
Right wing, right now.
It says the ruling. The federal judge dismissed the case, citing that the network persuasively argued that any reasonable viewer understands Carlson uses exaggeration and non-literal commentary. Are you fucking for real?
Well, in some ways,
it's news, or is it not? Because
they're telling it's a quiet part out loud in a way. Because what it is sometimes we overcomplicate things. The truth is a little simpler than we realize. What this means is they're admitting that a reasonable person sees through these people. And when people try to validate and talk about them as if their opinion is anything other than a psyop, basically, then, you know, like, I fucking lost my train of thought or whatever. But yeah, go ahead.
You're fine. So similarly, in a 2019 defamation lawsuit brought by One American News Network, OAN, MSNBC and Rachel Maddow successfully used a parallel defense. So the legal standard said the judge determined that Maddow's on-air quip that OAN was literally paid Russian propaganda was a recognizable statement of exaggerated opinion. The court noted that her show relies on opinionated commentary rather than standard news reporting. So, if this is the case with MSNBC, Fox, I don't have one for CNN, but they ain't no better.
Right.
Where is the news?
Well, that was the point I was trying to make. I remembered whatever it is. The simple truth that we're overcomplicating is that they just showed us how the sausage is made. So, right, you should know, if you weren't such a stupid brainwashed American, that these people are here to brainwash you. And in case you didn't, in case you needed to hear it, we said it out loud for you. So,
if you don't know, now you know. Nigga.
Yeah. And that's the Bill Nye the Science Guy my kids are talking about. So, did you know that? Now you know. What's up, Tom?
The more you know, the more you grow. Oh, I haven't checked the comments. Let me see what's going on in the comments. Hey, Sean. Sean's here.
Macy was saying she got told by doctors today that they know she's severely suffering from a bone disease, but she needs a specialist, even though it was amphetamines they put her on that caused all this. Yeah, I really hate how the doctors are supposed to be the people you go to for help, and then when you ask them to help you, they basically gaslight you. Sorry to hear. But
I'm sorry. What was the end part? They put her on what?
She's saying even though it was amphetamines that they put her on that caused all this, her bone disease in the beginning, I'm guessing.
Oh.
She wants to elaborate, but that's scary.
So it's like
about what happened with Sean DeMasta. She would be with us today if these doctors were fucking honest or held accountable for not being honest.
Is she saying the drug they put her on made her further deteriorate? Is that what I'm understanding?
I think so.
Okay.
Well, that's what these fucking painkillers and whatnot, all these pharmaceutical drugs that oil-based pharmaceuticals, they're really bad for us, but they temporarily alleviate symptoms or pain. And they just can't be honest about how toxic these drugs are, because the alternative is just let you suffer. No, the alternative is a more holistic approach or whatever that doesn't throw out the whole baby with the bathwater of the allopathic medicine. There's a way of...
We've kind of talked about this before, how they use like the experts, the doctors, to discredit homeopathy medicines from the earth to cure things. No. You need to take this. They don't know what they're talking about. You need to take this pill. And they call it like witch doctors. Witch doctors.
Well, that's that Flexner report thing we have maybe want to get talking about one of these days on the Thursday show or something. I think we have talked about it, but we didn't quite go into depth on that. But they did this thing when they established the medical schools in the U.S. and in Canada, where they, by establishing the standards for schools in the first place, they automatically biased in favor of their nascent petrochemical industry that nobody really knew how safe any of that shit was, but they needed to find out by privileging it over the much more long history of what was known to be kind of reliable, even though it was maybe less effective than some kind of magic bullet that you could create with our newfound understanding of chemistry and physics. Like, there's this really disturbing, when you recognize the eugenics history that happened like around this exact time and just before it, as far as the development of the medical regulations of the fucking healthcare system, like that. The eugenics came just before, and then the health system comes right after, and people want to act like there was no kind of eugenic influence on the origin of the healthcare system. Not that healthcare systems are a bad thing, but the systemic nature of it is an opportunity for eugenic-minded people to take control of a mass population, the health of the mass population, that is supposed to be your individual right to determine for yourself, kind of thing. So, fucking regulations, root word Regis.
I'm just realizing if I look like discombobulated. You never shared the link, and I never pinned it. And we've been on for like, what, an hour? I'm sorry, I fucked up. Sorry.
No worries.
So let me. I can't even pin it. Well, it's there.
Cookie says to me, how dare you call out my American brainwashing? They've been hard at work at it since the 70s. They did good work. Excuse me, I have to go vote and then get upset that nothing changes. Yeah, it's pretty sad.
Who said that?
In the comments
That was
space,
fucking funny.
that's Cookies for you. He's right about what he's right about, that's for sure. You know, but there's too many people in the independent media. It's like the Green Party supporters, for example. That's exactly them right there in a nutshell. I have to go vote now and then get upset that nothing changed. Remember, like, we are telling you today, and we told you yesterday, the day before, that that's not going to be any kind of solution, but you don't want to fucking hear it. Fine.
I think we need to get more and more serious about putting forth demands, because I don't think America's doing too great. I mean, did you hear what happened yesterday? It's not looking too good.
What exactly do you mean by what happened yesterday?
Well, Iran was like shooting missiles at Israel, because Israel would not stop shooting missiles at Lebanon, and they were like, "We're not having that shit."
I was actually a little bit surprised that they, again, it's the Iranian thing. They like to take their time, I guess. I thought that they should have hit back even sooner than they did. Maybe they're just being precise and careful and actually militarily savvy by picking when to strike and not being lured into striking when the enemy wants you to and whatnot. But when you're trying to say, like, Lebanon's not off hands, you let them put their hands on Lebanon a little bit again before you attacked. Just saying.
But and also the Houthis close the Red Sea to Israel, and it's like it's getting real.
Well, I did see a headline that said Yemen and Iran struck Israel, which is again not unexpected. This is where people are forgetting about Yemen.
I didn't think Yemen struck Israel. I just thought they closed the.
Maybe that was
maybe it was.
That's where I thought they would. I thought they probably hit them with hypersonic missiles and closed the Red Sea, but I could be wrong. Don't quote me on it.
I couldn't pay that much attention because I was like cooking and cleaning all Sunday. Cooking and cleaning, so I couldn't really focus. But
what I've done is
what I saw was crazy.
Go ahead. I've had to stop kind of watching some of the channels that I've been watching because I've just learned too much about them. And I'm done this article now. I'm just on the last like couple paragraphs of editing it, and then we had to do the show. We should maybe read that on Thursday, unless you want to have if Dulcie could come on to do that show, then I'll read the article like next week or something. But I finally have that fucking thing ready for you guys, all my receipts about this. So, and that's why now I have to find a whole lot of more people to watch, because these people are fucking the bridges
and I
are
can't talk shit. I can't talk shit about you because we haven't done the Doshi show yet. So who am I to judge? But it was a lot going on in my family, as you know.
No, I know you can't control everything, and so we just have to control what's within our
what's
ability.
within our reach. So some other stuff. So I sent you guys. Hey, Miles C.
He's saying his crush just rolled up to him in traffic and yelled his name. To be young.
To be young. I don't know what you gonna do, Mousy. You hitting it? I'm just playing. Unless you gonna hit
Good
it.
time, whatever. Gotta reel her in.
Unless you gonna hit it. Eggs is here. Hey, Eggs.
What's up, man? I've been slacking on the Discord. I'll be getting in there and trying to make some responses. My bad.
Oh, well, y'all already know I'm not. Oh, I'm so slacking on the Discord, on X, on TikTok, I just don't.
Well, we're in a bit of a funk, I think, both you and I. As much as this is kind of maybe a long funk rut for me or whatever, it's sort of it's the only side you see of me or whatever, but things have been pretty bad, spectacularly bad for me anyway, for the last little while. I'm not necessarily always this down and out all about stuff, right? So, but maybe that's who I'm becoming.
Can you bring your computer down a little bit?
Yeah.
Wait, that's too much. There you go.
It doesn't sit very well. It's kind of either too much or
a little bit up high.
There we go.
So, okay. Yeah,
too
so
much
we can see you.
Yeah.
It was too much. It was too much space up here.
That's called headroom. Too much headroom. I
Yeah.
still remember from my college days.
from yeah, I remember that from videography too. Too much headspace. So anyway,
Oh, Macy's getting out of here, so maybe we'll see you later. We're still going.
Miss Macy, I would love to ride a 4-wheeler with you. I bet that would be fun. Dropping me, Macy.
Oh, thanks for that, Cookies. I'll keep that in mind. I guess I'll just have to shut my mouth because I'm not taking the flag down.
Oh, from that guy. Oh, he didn't show up today. The dude, right?
Most of these people don't want to come back. Or they don't really want to get into it.
Like we offered, hey, come back. We'll talk to you about it.
That's all good. People prefer their anonymity, you know. They don't really want to be identified.
Well, I'm happy to. Hello. That's Michael. We're okay with being identified.
Out in the open, for better or worse.
We probably could never run for public office because of this, but whatever.
Unless things change.
Unless things
change. And then instead of being the pariah or whatever, I'm the guy that you should have been listening to the whole fucking time.
Which brings me to Albania.
Right. Albania. And the Trump, is it, what's his face? Jared Kushner?
Speaking about reading the fucking room. What? Yeah. It's very interesting.
Did you have something to share on that? Or because I heard there was like a revolution in Albania, is outrage backlash to them trying to do it like Epstein Island 2.0.
I actually, I found it quite interesting. I watched Jimmy Dore, so you don't have to. Okay. I watch certain things, so you don't have to. Just to keep up with it. And Jimmy Dore had like an Albanian, I don't know, some dude he was interviewing, and the way he spoke, I was just like, dude, are you fucking serious? Like he sounded like a white Cuban to me. That's how I took it. It's a bit different. You want me to play it? I could play it, but
Why not? Unless someone's got something
It was
else.
kind of goddamn weird.
You know what we might have forgot to do is pin the link to the chat if anyone wants to join us.
I couldn't pin it. That was the problem. I couldn't pin it.
Okay.
I could
I
only
could never
like.
pin it.
But so I can wait. Oh goddamn! The chat's moving so fast. Hold on.
I think if I pin it or if I put it in there, then you can pin it. Is that how it works?
Let me see. But yeah, it's not letting me pin. So maybe you do it, and then let me see if I can pin it. But I've been like adding it every now and again.
Well, I don't know if
The
I
chat
just
is moving
never
fast.
figure
What
out
y'all
how
talking
to.
about in here? I want to see what the chat is talking about. What y'all talking about?
God damn it.
Uh-oh.
We'll have to talk about this for once. Like, we never actually get around to it. Where we'll have to talk about this when we're not live, in private, where we figure out how to make it so that I can pin the thing if I have to, because I cannot. I don't know how to do it. I don't think I have access to do it. That's what I think the problem is, because
I gave you the password. You just forgot it. And I don't remember it either.
Yeah, I don't. Goddamn alcohol.
It's on my it's on my like Google passwords. So I don't really know it. So pretty much that's all we have to do is I give you the password again.
But if we have that conversation, hopefully we'll be able to figure it out, how to find that information that we forgot, because it is possible. It's not easy.
It's still not letting me do it, so I'm sorry. We're
I guess
just gonna have to keep sharing it every now and again. Is what we're gonna have to do.
Speaking of which, before we move on, because we're a little.
Hi, Lawrence.
Oh yeah, what's up, Lawrence? Good to see you. I said before we move on, I want to maybe share our GoFundMe's, because it's closer to the beginning of the show, and it's often people don't even stick around all the way to the end to see the GoFundMe's, so it might be a little bit more effective to share it.
While you're doing that, are y'all talking about food? Because that's my shit. Artichokes. I make a mean spinach and artichoke dip. But I think that's not what you're talking about. Let me see.
Sounds good.
It was taproot. Go ahead, babe. I see you got to pull it up. Go ahead.
Okay. I was just sharing it in the chat too. So this is a fundraiser for the legal defense of Natalia Vlechkova. She's been in the U.S. 9 years legally and was currently in the process of applying for a green card, working and paying taxes as a box truck driver, taking care of her daughter. She was taken into ICE custody after being illegally stopped over a registration that was not expired. All funds will go to her legal defense and to help her get her life back together after this is resolved. So if you've been someone who has been vocally decrying this ICE issue, one of these people who wants to go vote and then complain that nothing is changing. If you're complaining about the ICE situation and you want to do something material to help someone kind of put your money where your mouth is, please go ahead and do that. I've been doing a little bit more empathetic, like try to appeal to people's pity a little bit more and to their good human decency. That doesn't seem to have been working much. So maybe I'll appeal to their ego a little bit more and say, if you really want to, if you want to hit back against these ICE people, support the people that they're trying to, the lives that they're trying to destroy. And by saving these people's lives to whatever degree that we can, whatever we can salvage, you will have managed to get a little bit of revenge indirectly on these ICE people by making what they're trying to do fail. But it doesn't work if you want to be apathetic about it. You want to be cynical. So that's my piece on that. And then there's Yonina. Please help Yonina and Empress move safely to Chicago. I believe the deadline has passed here, so she may have moved already. I'm not sure. I haven't really spoken to her in the last couple weeks.
Yeah, we haven't spoken to her. I figure she's really busy with moving.
Either way, she'll have expenses related to moving costs. fact that she didn't reach her goal before the deadline means that she very much still needs the money. You know, there's the need didn't disappear just because the deadline passed. So please help her out. She is a great comrade there. She supports us in independent media. She's one of those people who will, she's very loyal when, as a viewer and a commenter. And so she deserves that mutual aid, that respect. You know, got to give back what people give to you, otherwise you're taking. So let me
well
share.
said.
Yeah, share real
Well
quick in the
said.
chat. Yeah.
Unfortunately, neither of us have jobs, so.
Yep.
So that makes it a little hard for us. But if you have $1, $2, $5, you know, every little bit helps. Unfortunately for me, I haven't worked in. I'm looking for a job though, but I have to find a job where I work from home, which is really hard to find. Because when you look for a work from home job, you're competing with the entire nation, not just within your city. So that makes it a million times harder. But I can't go to work because I might come home and my mom is like fell and couldn't get up, and she'd been sitting there for hours waiting for me to come home or something like that, you know, or maybe she'll just walk off.
Yeah.
And I have no idea where she is, you know, stuff like that. So
you may not be being paid to do the work, but
I am working.
exactly, doing very important work right now, actually. So, and that's kind of what I'm like. I'm gonna maybe ask a little bit for that value for value thing when I publish the article. I'm gonna ask maybe if you want to subscribe. That would help me out, because what I've been doing is a lot of work on this kind of online stuff without asking for any kind of compensation for it, and it's really just not very smart when we're in the middle of the crisis that we're in. And I maybe gotta be a little bit more rational instead of idealistic. If I really want to, you know, walk the walk and talk the talk, it doesn't really do any good to be publishing this kind of stuff and then in my life or whatever not really, you know, contradicting myself basically. So I'm gonna have to do my best to get a job and try and still do this, right? Because I think this is important. It's more important than cooking food at a restaurant, which is not to say that's not important, but a lot of people can do that job. And I have found that not a lot of people can do this job here of actually getting it right. I mean, maybe I would be arrogant for me to say that I'm getting it right basically all the time. But I'm just saying.
I think I was going to do. I was thinking about doing some TikToks of me cooking. Because, you know, I can cook. So I thought that might be interesting. This is very funny. Abby's mic makes it look like the Mystery Science Theater 3000 shadow in front of her. I love. Did you watch that?
A little bit of it, yeah. I watched it
Oh
sometime.
my gosh. That was the most hilarious show. So there's this guy on Facebook. So it's sort of like Mystery Science Theater 3000, but Sean, you would very much appreciate it because he takes like excerpts out of Tubi movies, and you know they are out of control on Tubi. Like the skits is just, it's very black and very just over the top. And he watches them and makes commentary over them, and it is hilarious. And if I could find him real quick, I know it's going to be a chef's kiss to you, because you are going to laugh your ass off.
Please share that with me. Yeah, you should do some cooking channel stuff if you want. You remind me that my brother's wife actually has one of those channels. I don't know if she's on TikTok or what, but I need to ask him for what her channel is so that I can fucking share it with you guys, because that's like something that she's trying to do. She's been, I don't know if she's back to work now, but she had to be off from work for an extended period of time, maternity leave, and then health, complications and stuff. So she was trying to make the best of it, find a way to do something from home.
I would definitely watch.
And we need to do our part about sharing, otherwise it doesn't go as far.
Yeah, I would definitely watch. Send me the I would definitely follow her.
Yeah, I just gotta figure it out.
I was just the other day, like I cut up a whole chicken. Like if you buy a whole chicken, it's like maybe $11. But if you buy like breast or something, like you buy it packaged, it's like almost the same price. And I'm like, well, why can't I just get the chicken? Cut it properly. I watch Meat Dad teaches you. He's a butcher, and he teaches you how to cut meat up. And then I use the carcass I made chicken broth. And then I bought like a bag of chicken wings. Actually, I bought two, but it was like I'm rounding up $8 for the bag of the whole chicken wing, like the whole thing. But if you look at the package where it says like drums and flats, it's not merely what you would get in that bag, and it was the same price. All I had to do was take a little extra time to cut off this little part. Cut that off.
Yeah, I know.
I use that for my chicken stock, that little hand, and then cut here, cut there, and put in the freezer. So I'm gonna make some buffalo wings or some lemon pepper wings or something. I'll make something. But I use all. I'm in the mode of whatever I buy, I'm not throwing it away till I get everything out of it. Mm-hmm. I even learned that like lemons, okay, like say you peel the lemon part off, okay. Well, you might wanna you're a chef, you know what I'm talking about.
Zest the lemon.
When you grate it, zest, thank you. Yeah. So you might want to zest.
Like a bitch when you scratch yourself with that.
Yeah. Sometimes you might want to zest, but then the rest you could peel off. You can use that to bake and make lemon pepper seasoning, right? Now, after you pull off the lemon peel, that white part, pull that off. Don't throw it away. Pull that white part off.
The rind?
Because that's how you make the rind, yes. Thank you. How's that spelled? R-H-I-N-E?
I think it's just R-I-N-D.
R-I-N-E. Okay. That, you can use that to make pectin. P-E-C-T-I-N.
Make jam?
Pectin is used for jams and jellies, yes. So then you can make your own jams and jellies. Oh, he said rind, R-I-N-D.
Yeah, I thought that's what I said. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said R-I-N-E. My bad.
No, rind. Yeah.
Rind.
Yeah,
anyway.
Lemon jam, I never thought of that. I don't know if that's really a flavor I'd like, but I should try making some homemade jam.
You're just really making you're really using the rind to make the pectin that allows the jam and jelly to coagulate or form or whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever
whatever
the fuck.
chemical bonding happens.
Whatever the fuck. I don't know.
Right, and then you can make like strawberry jam. You just need the base.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you
Yep.
can probably better, because there's like preservatives and stuff for the food factories. Whenever you get this stuff, unless you find the right producer who is producing it as like originally, whatever, as organically as possible. Most of them are using, like if you look up like citric acid, I think is in a lot of products, but it is made. There's like a synthetic way of making it, and the the old fashioned way of making it is just cost prohibitive in the capitalist system. So they all use a synthetic thing that's not so good for you, made out of like black
Mm-hmm.
coal.
Mm-hmm. Yesterday I spent like, well, to make broth, you have to cook that shit for like 2 or 3 days for it to really come out good, which I did. But I pickled. Let me see what I pickled. Well, cucumbers, of course, jalapeno peppers, garlic, radishes. And there was something else. What the hell else did I do? Well, I did it, whatever it was.
Sounds good.
Whatever it was.
Last week I made a platter of nachos for me and the kids and the ex. But that's always fun.
I was like, I'm not letting this stuff go to waste. I'm not throwing it in the garbage because it gets, like if you didn't, whatever you planned, it didn't work out or whatever, and it's just sitting in there. Nah, I'm gonna pickle it.
Yeah.
We eating this shit one way or the other.
You gotta do it in time, otherwise you're playing a bit of a game, a bit of a dangerous game.
Mm-hmm. Very dangerous game. I'm kind of excited because I'm gonna try to make butter tomorrow. You ever done that?
Make what? Butter?
Butter.
No.
Well, I'm gonna try to make butter tomorrow.
Well, good luck with that. That sounds like a pretty fun activity.
Good luck with that.
As long as it sounds like you could just make something. If you screw it up, you don't make anything particularly edible. I don't know.
It's just butter. I think you'll be fine. I'm gonna try.
Well, I have faith in you. You're pretty good at your cooking. From what I've seen.
Yeah, so I was like, well, shit, while I'm cooking, maybe I should just film it or something. I don't know.
Give it a try. See if people like it.
See if people like it.
I'd rather watch you cook than some of those like people on the cooking channels I stopped watching. Like my kids are showing me these memes they like to watch, and there's fucking Gordon Ramsay pops up every once in a while, and I have to give my daily whatever diatribe on Gordon Ramsay as a shit cook, whatever. Like they put up these chefs like him as if he's like a model for the industry. It's like, no, this guy is toxic. If people like him weren't in the industry, people like you'd have much better food. But people want to believe that I'm the cook with no chef, whatever skills. This guy, go
It's
listen
like,
to the asshole.
it's like
right?
they think he could cook because he has an accent or some shit. Like, what the fuck?
You don't like being an asshole doesn't make you a better cook. I don't know how
No.
to get that across to people, but
That's what the baby does to me when the baby does something bad, and I come scorn him. He does this, and I say, I can still see you. You are not invincible. Gordon Ramsay, I can't do it. No, oh no. I don't like people like cooking stuff that's not of their culture and then acting like it's their shit. Oh my god.
well, I'd imagine he's pretty tired
Please
of
don't do that. There was this lady who was like, I have a new hack. I put a taco on a. She said on a like a flour tortilla. I fried a flour tortilla and put a taco on top of it. I found a new hack. This white girl, and it was like, "Excuse me, Christina Columbus, that's a fucking tostada." That is, you did not invent that.
Yeah, nice.
I laughed so much. I thought that was so fucking funny. And then I'm trying to remember, this other lady was talking about how it's not that you would make dishes from other places. That's not the problem. The problem is when you act like you invented it.
Are you doing it better?
Yeah, like, man, shut the fuck up, please. Like, this is not your shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's like me saying I'm making what the fuck is that they eat in London? That fried, I don't know. They eat horribly in London. And I've been to London, so I can speak on this. Their food is trash. What is that? Schnitzel or some shit. And then the beans and mash or something. I don't know. Ugh.
I do like an English breakfast with the eggs and the beans and the ham and all that. Hash browns and stuff, but not every day.
It was like that's all they had. I said, what the hell is going on?
Speaking of England, what's up, Jacqueline? Good to see you.
Oh, sorry, Jacqueline.
I'm sure she's well aware of English cuisine.
Girl, that food is, whew, it's a lot to be desired, child. A lot.
Well, let's ask Jacqueline. Do you ask a lot, or do you eat a lot of like curry, or do you eat like non-English food more than you do English food?
I was only in London for like a week. Yeah, beans and toast and shit. I was like, what the fuck is this?
That's not, like, when you think about what the body needs, that's not enough. Where's the protein? I guess there's some protein in beans, but like, where's the, you get some fiber.
Well, don't they have something called a schnitzel or something? A schnitzel or some shit?
That's German, I guess, but.
Oh, is that German? Wait.
Where's the vitamins?
It's something in the UK. It's like a chicken smashed down and fried or something.
Oh, okay. I don't know. But
Did
that's
they get
where
that from Germany? I don't know.
if you think about it historically,
Jacqueline, help us. Go
British
ahead.
cuisine would be historically influenced by German and Italian, like Romans, even before Italians, but French, Italian, and German food and Spanish would definitely have had influence on British cuisine, but not to the same degree. You know, they had to distinguish themselves in some way. Otherwise, they're just copying.
Mm. Ooh, you said blood pudding. Now
I gotta try that
one.
Speaking of blood pudding, I was watching The Social Contract, our old comrades from the RBN days. They're still going. And what's his name? I'm blanking on it. I was just watching them today.
It starts with a J.
Jared, yes.
Jared, yeah, that's his name.
Jared
and Nicolette.
Jared went on a trip to China, and he was sharing with some of his like pictures and his experiences there. This was showing a lot of the food that they were eating and stuff. He was eating some kind of blood pudding sort of thing while he was there. It was very interesting food that they got there in China. I got to make my way out there one day. Shout out to the Last Minute Politics, if you guys haven't heard of them. I'll bring up their as well, since we're talking about them. I will put their link in the chat just in case you guys.
Well, I mean, you know how I feel about that, so.
Right. No, I just think
I kind of don't appreciate it, but
there's just not that many comrades, like communists in American
but
communists.
they never really shouted us out.
No, I know, and we didn't
So
really.
No, we did. So.
But this is where every time I try to shout
It's
them
like
out,
but
there's a problem
yeah,
with it.
and
You know what I mean? So,
yes,
which would
and
make it so that we can't begin reciprocation. You can't necessarily use a mistake from the past to justify continuing to make the mistake. The correction is more important, I think. So we can bury the hatchet. We
so
can
what is the correction? What is the correction? You tell me what the correction is.
Together instead of finding ways to come up with reasons not to like each other when in every way.
Hold on. For 1 second, please. You're telling me the correction is for me to be, oh, we shouted you out. You never shouted us out. But our correction is to shout them out. Where is the restoration?
The restoration doesn't happen if you choose to continue.
So I'm just supposed to. Oh, am I being petty?
With them, I think so, because they haven't really done enough to us for us to decide to cancel them like that. It's the cancel culture.
I wasn't canceling them. I just said I'm not shouting them out.
Well, if you haven't canceled them, I should be able to share them without any issues. You know what I mean? So there's a pseudo canceling me.
That you do because I explained to you how I felt about it. They never shouted us out on their channel, and we constantly shouted them out.
They don't really shout out anybody. They don't really have enough engagement. It doesn't really make much point for them.
How is that your problem?
Because I'm trying to get more communist podcasts in the independent media, more legitimate independent media voices. And instead, what we have is turning to people like Tucker Carlson and people who want to fawn over that because we keep invalidating ourselves. We're doing that purity fetish shit. We're going to say like we're fucking revolutionary, but we don't really want to work with people that we have to because it's like, I mean, I guess we don't technically have to, but what I'm saying is we don't do ourselves any favors by trying to be so individualistic. The whole point is a collective approach.
Well, he's shouting them out. I'm not. There you go.
There we go. Let's move on that, you know.
And I really wish you would stop doing that. I really would. Because they haven't talked to us. Have they talked to you?
So should I ask you to stop sharing Dulcie because she's part of the Truth Zone group? You know, guilt by association.
What does that mean?
What you're saying is you're gonna do the veto on who I'm gonna shout out, and then I'm gonna not want to do the same thing. You know?
No, wait. That's not the same. What does that mean?
I'm saying Dulcie's win with that Truth Zone crowd, and if I want to do a more left-wing politics, kind of what am I here for? And what are these other channels there for? They're not really there for left-wing politics.
This doesn't make any sense.
And so I don't really find that solidarity with them. And so then we share that sort of stuff. It turns our content.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense to me that you don't really have such a problem with last-minute politics. I feel like it's got more to do with the fact that they're both white people than the snub that they did in the past.
What?
Yes.
Are you serious?
There's a little bit of a passive aggressive thing there.
Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? Or are you serious?
I'm not kidding you at all.
You really think it has to do with their white people? Are you serious? Holy shit. Wow.
You really think they're so worthless as commentators in this political space? You don't think they have anything?
I did not call them worthless. Why are you putting words in my mouth? Do not do.
That's what I'm trying to say. I think that there's something important to share with people, with them, with what they're doing.
Hold on,
and I can't even get it out. So it's.
I'm gonna chill for a second. I gotta chill for a second. Let me smoke a cigarette. I can't. Ooh. Ain't no fucking way you playing a white victim on my time. No, it's not happening. I I never said anything like that about them. I explained to you what it was. They did not endorse us in any way, and we kept endorsing them. I explained that over and over to you again.
We have a difference of opinion on that. We did not keep endorsing them over and over again.
So how did you just say that it's because it's two white people? How did you say that to me?
We all tried to join the RBN group, and I think from the beginning there was a bit of a problem with there was a whole bunch of white people who wanted to join the RBN channel.
Because the group is called Revolutionary Blackout Network.
And that was exactly why we were not permitted to continue working with them. And so it's an elephant in the room. And if you don't want to call it out, that's not necessarily like the same as the elephant not being there at all.
Michael.
Because you can say all day that you don't appreciate that they didn't shout us out. What I'm saying is moving on and building the bridge
Michael,
instead of burning it is what I was saying is the correction.
Are you white? It's a yes or no. Because you're white. Did I sever ties with you? At any moment. Answer the question.
You can recognize that you've treated me like an exception to the rule, and that how you
an exception to the rule.
You have
you
said
about to
many
piss
times.
Me the fuck off. No,
you have said many times that before when you met me at first that you didn't trust me, and that eventually you said, "No, this guy actually I can fuck with." But your initial impression was, "Who the fuck is this white boy or whatever talking shit?" That was your initial first impression.
So what?
Right? So your So my point is that the fucking degree of racism that white people have fucking done to black people for decades and centuries, it has this psychological reactance effect. It has this internalization of racism that happens with black people. And then while they very much have the right to say that white supremacy is this more systemic system, does not mean that a black person is incapable of being racist towards a white person. You guys like to pretend like that's not a conversation that exists. Because it becomes a white victim card, whatever, to say you guys are not doing yourselves any favor if you internalize racism, and then the psychological reactance cycle just begins all over again.
You can't.
Then you are inappropriate towards white people. And then they say, oh, look, they're just as racist towards us as we are towards them. So what benefit is it for white people to stop being racist when black people just assume that they're always going to be racist, no matter how hard they try to stop being racist? So then the average white person thinks it's not even worth it to try to go out of your way to stop being racist because you just won't be fucking believed. This is a problem for the white community. We can't really resolve it if we keep being demonized every time we get treated like liberals for trying.
Did I ever demonize you? Just be for real. Did I ever demonize you?
Demonize might be a
not
bit of a
once.
strong word as far when we're talking about me specifically.
Did I ever demonize you?
No.
Okay. So what the fuck are you talking about? Just because I was cautious, I have a right to be cautious. But I never treated you as any type of way other than being welcoming to you. Is that true or is that not true?
That I would say I'm not sure about. You could say that you make a claim to that truth, that you've always been welcoming and everything, whatever, as if we never have any tensions, right? People can see, right?
Just because I'm pro-black doesn't mean I'm anti-white.
Being cautious can quickly become being paranoid. It's very
please don't ever say something to me like that. Like, I mean, I guess you can if that's how you feel, but the reason why I don't want to big them up has nothing to do with the fact that they're two white people. And you saying that was very triggering because that is not in my heart, in my soul.
Okay, well then.
Yes, I am very cautious of white people, and I have no problem saying that. But that's not why I didn't want to big them up. I explained it because they were never bigging us up.
And this
That's
is the
the
thing
only
about
reason.
an undialectical approach. All right. Because that's a frozen moment in time that you're now going to keep frozen by treating like it's something like some transgression that they did that is unforgivable. You can't work with people if you don't want to work with them.
Do they ever?
If
Do
you
they?
don't
Do
want
they?
to work with them? Why would they try?
Well, let me ask you this: do you ever go on their channel and they give us a shout out?
I'm the only
Have
person.
you ever been on their channel and they gave us a shout out?
I am the only person from our group that ever goes on their channel.
Answer the question.
You already know the answer. We're just trying to go back.
Because the answer is no.
Because you know that they haven't shouted us out, because I already explained to you why would they shout us out when you don't want to work with them. What's the point? Okay, I did try to have us do a show together with them. I did a show with Jared. It didn't really make it to being published because it didn't get published on his end. So I didn't want to publish it. So I still have it somewhere on my computer or whatever. But Nicoletta wasn't able to be there. And I don't think you were able to be there either. But we were never able to reestablish a relationship with them. When we have common cause with them, we were both fucking abused by the RBM people too. We had every reason to work together.
I'll tell you what. I'm about to offer you an olive branch, okay? Invite them on our show.
All right.
And
good.
we'll
then we'll talk about that with them so that they have an opportunity to defend themselves. So I don't have to do it for them. I don't really know what they're going to say. Maybe I'm saying the wrong thing on their behalf. But I don't think
you definitely said the wrong thing, because you said that the only reason I don't want to shout them out is because it's two white people. So
you're making that out to be an absolute claim. I was suggesting that it's potentially possible. I'm suggesting that I'm suspicious about your claim that the only reason why you don't want to big them up, as you're saying, is because of this snubbing that they did of us. I think that's a little too convenient. It doesn't pass the smell test for me. Sorry. Anyway, let me have a fucking cigarette too here. We should maybe move on. Sorry about this. This is maybe not the most enjoyable content, unless you guys are in for some Schadenfreude tonight, whatever. This work is what I'm saying. Work hard.
That was like, okay? We talked a lot on camera and off camera, and that's not anything I've ever like experienced from you. So it was a lot. All right.
Anyone who says a Marxist Leninist kind of thing when they come out with their podcast, they're just never good enough. You know, there's always something wrong with them, right?
Shauna said, Mom, Dad, stop fighting, okay?
Why don't we invite people back up, because we don't have the thing pinned to the chat. Good time to say. Anyone else wants to join and maybe come up with a place to steer the conversation?
Black Life, I can't even bring it up again. You came too late. We are moving on. We are moving on because it's not going to get any better if we continue. So let's move on. In other news, we're in a full war.
Anyone wants to pull up and join us? Saying in other news, like the U.S. and Iran full-out war kind of thing.
So I can let me see if Dosey's around, because so the topic on her chat was gender roles. I don't know if you want to talk about that. Let's talk about something more fun.
Well, that's kind of like on a slow news day. You
Let me
just
talk
go
about
into
something
the
fun.
stereotypical conversation.
It's really not a slow news day because like Albania is. Oh, I was supposed to show you that man from Albania who sounded like a white Cuban to me. And then Iran is sending missiles to Israel because Israel won't stop bombing Lebanon. And Congress is trying to put forth a bill to stop funding the war in Iran, like they're doing something. But really, I think they're basically trying to save face for Trump because they know they're losing this fucking war. So they're trying to let Congress stop it, so they could be like, oh, we if Congress would have tied our hands, we would have won. We would have gone further or something. I don't know.
I don't think
I'm trying to figure it out.
I'm trying to guess. I'm thinking they're just doing the same old pulling the wool over people's eyes about pretending like they're doing the basic bare minimum, at least legally, to try and prevent more death kind of thing. But really, it's all just they're always going to let Israel just do whatever kind of they want, kind of because it's in Americans' national security interest to let Israel off the leash, basically. It's not that Israel controls America. I'm saying, how does Congress pretend like they're actually going to stop a war while doing nothing to prevent this so-called merger, not more than so-called merger of the U.S. and Israeli military? You would stop that.
NDAA 2027 Section 224.
Mm-hmm.
Just to remind the audience, go look it up. So yeah, how are you gonna do that? It's like they to save face to us while secretly putting this in that bill. Nah, you ain't fooling anybody. Mm-mm.
No, I think they've lied so many times that you have to treat them like lawless identities. And so this thing that I forget, I think it was a Sabby video at the beginning that she was sharing. They're talking about how like the crime is a real problem. Don't get me wrong, or whatever. But then the thing, what they're trying to do is legitimize the state. They don't want the conversation to get to the illegitimacy of the state in its enforcement of the law because of how illegal they have been in the name of the law. It makes the law completely unworkable. It is a dead letter. And so that's what the American people have to get to the point of declaring, that there is no law until the people reestablish governance over themselves, because you do not represent the people. And the more that they try to do that, the more that we have to clearly refuse to allow them to get away with it. Hold the fucking line.
Hold the fucking line. So two things. One, happy birthday to old man Barker's daughter. I wish her many, many years of happiness. And then two, okay, I see the frustration. I'll just put it up real quick so you can see it. I'm just gonna be honest. She said, action. I need, like, we have to define what the action is supposed to be, because if you look at, I mentioned this like last Tuesday, that like MAGA white people are calling for a civil war. And I'm trying to figure out, well, who the fuck is the Civil War supposed to be against? And then I think I said Jolly Ginger was calling for a revolution. Get all my boys together for a revolution. And I'm like, that's exactly what the other white people are saying. They just call it something different. They call it a civil war. You call it a revolution. Who the fuck is going to take the brunt of this issue?
Yeah, and that's where I'm saying caution gets to be a little bit more paranoia potentially. You may be correct, like might be rational paranoia, which is a bit of an oxymoron, but when you're saying that these white people and those white people are all the same, it doesn't exactly sound completely clean of, bigotry, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, like, what do you guys expect to be the outcome of this? Who do you think the Civil War crowd is going to target? It's going to be brown and black people. It's not going to be you, I want to start a revolution people. So y'all need to slow down with this shit. You need to think a little harder.
Well, there's some nuance there. First they come for the communists, then they came for the trade unionists. So they will come for us too.
I still am a firm believer in the fact, I feel like this is what the ancestors have spoken to me. To be patient and wait, because America is on its last leg. Be patient and wait until they have no choice but to listen to your demands, because they are so broken. The country is so broken that there's nothing else that they can do to hold power over you. That is what's in my head. You might not believe it. I'm not sure how many people believe that, but I feel like that's what the ancestors told me. I want to. You have a comment about that? I want to share something with you. After if you want to comment about that.
Well, it's the typical criticism of the Western left has been that we tend to want to kind of talk about and think about what to do as opposed to getting to the action. So that is where it's kind of coming from. Like, let's get to the action. We need to change. We need to stop going in circles about trying to predict what's going to happen. There's going to be mistakes made, but we need to make them in order to learn from them. And make like the mistakes of praxis instead of the continuing to make the mistake of trying to theorize to death. And so while it's important to do both. That's kind of there's a black and white thinking problem happening, fallacy there, where we're acting like we can do action without theory and theory without action. They need each other. So we need to figure out what, like you're saying, what action is real, and then do that. Because figuring out the action so that you can not do it doesn't really make any sense.
Maybe next Tuesday we could really focus on what the demands are. Like, nobody's gonna listen to us, but maybe we can.
Yeah, but if I'm taking 11 demands from Eric the Red and Sabi Sabs and the crew that they've decided to go down with, I ain't taking their demands. No, thank you.
Oh, no. No, I'm saying. Well, I was gonna put together. Remember how my computer, I was like trying to keep it up, and then I lost all my work because I had to restart the computer. Well, the upside of it, I lost all the work for the Doshi thing. I gotta redo that. But the upside is I got my Google my Google Excel and Google Docs back. Because remember, it was showing reload. All I had to do was restart the computer, but so we can do that. But I'm not saying just take his demands. I'm saying we could take a look at his demands, a look at like Ice Cube's demands for Black Americans, And we all can collectively start about talking about what the demands are. Because I just feel like this shit is not going to last. For, I don't know, I'll give it 10 years. I don't know. What do you think? I
Well,
could,
before America collapses.
maybe 15 and pissed.
It's like a bit of a black swan event. Pretty hard to predict, but I'd say the 2030 kind of narrative.
2030. Okay. See. Okay. Wait. That's 4 years.
I'm saying 15 is potentially generous, and it could take like 50 years. It's really hard to.
It's really hard to. Yeah, but
So
it's
if you're
not.
counting on America
It's not
to
that
fall
far.
over tomorrow.
I
don't
would
hold it.
assume it will be in our lifetime.
I
Can
think
we at
so.
least say that?
I think, yeah, but that's where it's the nuance about the American empire might collapse, but I don't think the United States, like there's the Canadian commie had the channel I used to watch and try to share, but I don't want to do that anymore because he doesn't want to fucking reciprocate either, ironically enough. But he had this theory about the States is gonna balkanize, and he's like very certain about it, and I'm not exactly sure if I agree that it's so inevitable that the result of the American empire's collapse will be the balkanization of the United States. It's a very possible outcome, but I think the nationalism that like is so important to Americans, it's a little bit important to them because it's really imperialism that their nationalism is actually about. But if they had that imperialism permanently removed, I think that this nationalistic propaganda that been steeped in will kind
Fall
of
apart.
It will keep the American people together as the United States, but the country, I think
Never been together.
I think exactly. I think the identity of the country is going to change, but to what? Who fucking knows?
To what? So I wanted you to see this. So Jacqueline says the one thing I like about you and Michael, Abby, is that when you two have an argument, when it's over, back to normal with no bad feelings and grudges. That's sweet, right?
Oh, thank you. I mean, it's not like the feelings disappear or whatever, but we actually care about each other. We're not trying to have.
No, we actually do care about each other. It's real.
And that's like, if I care about you, that's why I will tell you the truth, even if it might kind of jeopardize some.
That wasn't the truth, though.
Well,
that was your truth.
I have to be honest about my perspective in order to know.
Say perspective and not truth.
Or else
that was your perspective. It wasn't truth. Yeah. And it's all good. It's all good. I'm going to defend myself. Kilya Egregor says, let me see. The 11 demands are awesome. I'm one of those guys that preaches and practices Frederick Douglass. I'll work with anyone to do right and no one to do wrong. So 11 demands good, whether I agree with Eric or not. I like the 11 demands. I just think it doesn't go far enough.
Well, I need to hear what they are before I reject them. I'm just not really liking what I'm seeing from their collaboration is not really Marxist as far as I'm concerned. You know, the people that they've worked with and whatnot, and continue to all the Scott Ritter kind of shit. You know? You want to call yourself this and that, whatever, and then you want to work with certain people. It makes it so that your claims become empty, or you have to correct course to show that you're growing, and because eventually you just come across as pseudo independent media. You know, you're not as independent as you think you are when you're connected to this network that's really more connected to this empire that you pretend to be against. Right? So
I'm sorry, Michael. It's some tea in the chat. Sean said he stole that from Zoya Love.
Oh,
he stole it from Zoya Love. I think that was her name, right? Zoya Love. Oh wait, hold on. He added one and thought he was cool. Oh,
Interesting.
what?
Didn't know that. Thank you. Zoya's I got issues with her too because she's a bit simping for the same people, the ACP guys. But they're all kind of connected.
Zoya Love was the one that like brought us on and moved us along. And then said she had no idea that we weren't part of the group.
Yeah, I don't
Remember
believe
that?
some of what they say, stuff like that.
My daddy always said, believe some of what you hear and half of what you see.
But I also want to comment, the other thing that Killier Egregore said was, I don't agree with this. I'll work with anyone to do right and no one to do wrong. It's a nice sounding with like truism almost, but to me it's a little too like it's a black and white fallacy. It's I will work with, and it's almost like a purity fetish. I will work with anyone who does right and no one who does wrong. But who defines what is right and what is wrong?
Well, let me ask you this then. So remember when Margaret Taylor Greene was like, abolish the FBI? Would you be like willing to work with her for that purpose, knowing who she is?
No, that's what I'm saying. I think this is the trap
you
that
said
they
no?
are putting us into. We can work with anyone who does quote unquote good, and we'll be able to draw the line between anyone who does only wrong. This is where that's the Red Brown Alliance being kind of sold to you. It's like fake crab meat instead of real crab meat, instead of actual leftist, Marxist Leninist vanguardism. What we're getting is this: let's work with these libertarian paleoconservative, basically fascists, because that's who they are working with on their side. We'll work with them, and then we'll grab their left hand, and then their right hand, whatever, they're shaking hands with the people farther to the right with than we're willing to shake hands with. But by willing to work with someone like Margaret Taylor Greene, we end up working with the far right through the center right, so-called center right, and that is their strategy to undermine
But
us.
I mean, only on that one issue, abolish the FBI.
I would not work on that one issue with them. I would not work on any issues with someone like Margaret. I feel like that is you cannot work with fascists if you're going to be a communist.
What is the horseshoe theory?
Horseshoe theory is this, the idea that
Sean mentioned that, by the way.
When you go far enough to the left and far enough to the right, the political spectrum is shaped like a horseshoe, and then towards the end at the far left and the far right, they become closer to each other in politics than the center is. And that's kind of the theory, but it keeps kind of coming back as because of this sort of
it's kind of true though, because like the far right, like if they go far enough, they'll end up left.
They're not
it's like they're so close but yet so far.
But what happens that people are dismissing when they're trying to validate the horseshoe theory is that the far right, when they make any kind of shift to the left, it's not genuine, it's performative, and it's a tactic used to actually destroy what the left is trying to achieve. And once they convince people that they're as left wing as the far left and that there's no difference between the far right, then they get people embracing their Nazi ideas, and then they quickly swerve back to the right as far as possible after they get you hooked.
Well, okay. I understand what you're saying, and I agree, because like a lot of white people in despair voted for Obama. And then once it's like they'll vote against a Republican when they're in despair. And then once they get stable again, they go right back to the Republican Party. So they can't be trusted, obviously. But if it's just one issue, if it's just that one issue, and then after that issue is taken care of, okay, these are the rest of my demands. You don't agree with any of these? Bye. We'll live to fight another day.
As far
You
as the
don't
one
agree with
issue,
that.
that if you want to do the orthodox Marxist Leninist kind of like follow the textbook, which is not necessarily the right thing to do because reality changes, and then what was historically successful for in that particular situation might not necessarily be the direct cut and paste for what you want to try to apply. But what to say, if we have an actually organized discipline like dual power that we've established, then we can maybe revisit the question about whether or not we can work with them on certain issues, because that's basically what Lenin said, is that we have to be able to work with people like who are right wing if they're anti-imperialist on a conditional basis. My kind of objection to this a little bit is when we look at it, we do the historical materialism as there are many moving parts to Marxism or whatever. And so you got to kind of figure out which is the right tool to apply for now. And historical materialism suggests to us that this theory about being able to work conditionally with the right is a bit of a mixed bag of results. So it's very difficult to know when is the right time to do that. And if you're going to do that, you have to be disciplined and capable of breaking when it's time. And what seems to have happened is you have success by working with them on this issue. And then because you gain that, you get the loss aversion of the power that you got from stacking your forces. So it becomes more difficult than you thought to then separate yourselves once you kind of muddied the waters. Does that make sense?
I mean, I'm listening to you and I hear you, but I feel like if you have integrity and you know what you stand for, you won't muddy the waters.
But that's a if.
I don't know.
Have integrity, you know.
It's a big if.
I've seen these like ACP guys, and at first they sounded like the principled communist who knew when to make the break of those people that they're working with. And what they have revealed through their actions is that they didn't actually know what that they weren't able to recognize their enemy, whatever, that got close to them, because keep your enemies close, or your friends close and your enemies closer. And then they ended up not really understanding that Eurasianists are fascists, this multipolarity stuff. They didn't do the homework, I'm pretty sure.
Read that.
I think ACP should rearrange their letters to cap.
You know what that means?
Or are they capping for somebody?
Cap is a term in America, mostly in Black culture. Do you know what it means? It means you lying.
Well, that's what
if they say you capping, like it's all cap. That means you ain't nothing but a lie.
So what's the root of the word? Like cap, like this? Like
it's just something Black people made up, and it took off.
Because it could be.
I don't know where the fuck it came from.
Because capitalists are liars. So, but I don't know.
I don't know.
Who knows?
Came from. That's a good question. I'm gonna Google it. Well, if I Google it, that means I'm asking white people where it came from.
See, Caleb Maupin in particular, I really hate him now because he's such a fucking disingenuous fucking piece of shit. He wants to go talking. He write an entire book about the Trotskyist to neocon pipeline, and then he getting in bed with this LaRouche movement and the Duganists and shit. He's literally just done this Marxist Leninist to neocon pipeline, if not just Trotskyist to neocon pipeline, because he supported the LaRouche stuff. He was a Trotskyist to fucking neocon. So you're disingenuous if you write a whole book about that and you don't talk about that LaRouche stuff. And the reason why he's not going to talk about it is because he's like up to his eyeballs in it. So RT is not like, this is where I didn't realize a few years ago when I was first getting into this, like when the Russia-Ukraine war kicked off, everyone was saying, you got to watch RT. It's so much better than American establishment media. It's like, actually RT is pretty fucking garbage. Okay. They've got the Red Brown Alliance going all over there.
That guy. Gosh.
Caleb was the left of their Red Brown Alliance, and then there's other people I forget exactly. I think like Lee Stranahan.
Yeah, his name is
They had
like
some really
Lee
fucking right-wing-
something.
They had some serious
Lee Camp. Lee Camp, that's his name.
Lee Camp is part of the left or whatever that they used to legitimize them. But they had some really right-wing people on RT too. And so that just, any leftist who goes on there, whatever, they're doing this whole, I can work with you if you're good on this, but they've compromised. They're like, a lot of the people who used to work for RT are basically compromised by the guilt by association. The only person I still trust from them is fucking Fiorella Isabella.
I don't even know who that is.
She works with Pasta Jardula. They got Truth Wire.
See, I'm not really into Pasta because he's a libertarian and I'm not.
He's made all these mistakes that I'm complaining about with these, this Red Brown Alliance with the libertarians and the communists, whatever. There's something that we can make work there. There's
libertarians are basically Republicans.
It's an incompatibility. It's like it's a fucking square peg round hole, and somehow we're gonna make it. It's like, no, you're not.
Can I read this to you? I just learned something new today, and I find it very fucking interesting. So in slang, the cap means to lie, exaggerate, or boast. It originates from African American vernacular English, Ebonics. They call it AAVE now. Like it used to be called Ebonics, but now they call it AAVE. Has been used in Black culture for decades to describe topping someone in an argument or exchange of tall tales. No cap means no lie or for real. But this is what's interesting. Did I just scream?
Scream? Nope.
I mean, when I said but, it sounded like I was really loud. 1500s to 1800s, verbal jousting. The concept of capping originally referred to a verbal competition or game where people would try to top or outdo another person's quote, joke, or poem. To me, that sounds like a roast, but
it's funny.
That's interesting.
An indirect relation
1800s.
Because the capstone is the stone at the top of like the Masonic, whatever the threshold. The stone that you put at the top is the capstone, and that's kind of like where there's like almost like a metaphor for the capitalist is the capstone, and so to become like to outdo someone is to cap them or whatever, is to be the capo, the king, the Führer.
And then it says from mid-1900s. By the mid-1900s, to cap became closely associated with the dozens, which is what I was talking about. You know how you play the dozens?
Yeah.
Ritual in Black culture where participants engage in hyperbolic, over-the-top bragging and verbal sparring because topping someone with a better story or insult inherently involved stretching the truth. Capping became synonymous with lying or exaggerating. That's very interesting. Okay, then 2010s to present, hip-hop and social media. The phrase no cap has heavily popularized in the late 2010s by Southern trap artists and Atlanta-based rappers and their song lyrics. It went viral on platforms like TikTok and Instagram, becoming a staple of everyday slang. Damn. But that's interesting to see that it goes back all the way to the 1500s.
It is interesting.
And what is this, 2026?
Sean's got a question. He's saying, what makes someone red or brown? This is where I'm going to go back to what I was saying earlier about things are sometimes simpler than we make them out to be. We unnecessarily complicate them. What makes someone red is that they're communist. Make someone brown is that they're fascist. This is where the social democrats should be characterized by color as pink. You know, the pink tide that sweeps through. That's not the red tide. You know, those colors are coded specifically to that. You know, that's where I find the Republican red pill thing is about trying to steal the color red from the communists, because that's historically been our color.
And you said brown is capitalist? Is that what you said?
Brown is fascist.
Fascist. So like.
So ANCAP is black and yellow for capitalist. Okay. But this is where we tend to not do ourselves favors when we tend to treat things a little bit like capitalism is imperialism is fascism or whatever. Well, in some ways that makes some sense. In other ways, it's blurring the lines that we might need to be a little bit clear. So as far as anarchists are not necessarily red, they should be color-coded black, because that's what they have been historically. There's a reason why we code the anarchist black and the communist red. And that's why, like, the thing about flags on the battlefield or whatever, our uniforms, was to prevent friendly fire. That's the whole point of identifying yourself explicitly with an organization, to say strength in numbers. I associate with you guys so that you guys don't treat me like an enemy, and they do the same thing. And by doing that, we have the ability to recognize our enemy through the same mechanism that they use to recognize each other as friends. So what's complicated with that now is the new fascist, the neo-fascist, the new right. They've learned the mistakes of losing. But when like Nazi Germany lost World War II, they had to alter their tactics. They learned that being such a brazen brute of a fascist, whatever, and trying to do overt genocide was a little bit too like naked evil for people, and so they needed to kind of smuggle it in a little bit. And so people somehow lose their minds when we try and fit the fascist label to the new right, when they're actively trying to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. And I don't think it does us any like good to try and copy their methods. It's that the real politic thing. It becomes like we become what we're fighting, so that they win by transforming us into them, and they won't even have to defeat us on the field if they defeat us in our mind. So if they're going to be completely deceptive and infiltrate everything and gaslight everybody, we have to try to be the antithesis of that. And this is where we get into the problem of the purity fetish, where if you try too hard to be the perfect goody, you end up being more of a liberal than a communist, because you're being idealistic about how to tactically tell the truth effectively. And I think that's what Iran's done very well, is instead of being as much of a liar as America, which is kind of what Russia has done, you know, like the Soviet Union and the US or whatever, they just decided we're going to play the dirty game as dirty as possible and see who wins. And guess what? The fucking capitalists win that, in case you were wondering. So there is some need for us to be virtuous.
In case you were wondering. Is driver Miss Macy back? I think. Oh, Jacqueline's back? I thought she went to sleep. Oh, maybe she just took a smoke break, I think.
Yeah, and so isn't a fascist a capitalist? This is where we should have to, not to answer a question with a question, whatever, but is that like the right way to frame that? Is that do more harm than good to treat that like objective fact? Because I think there's lots of capitalists. This is the argument about we can work conditionally with people. That argument applies to capitalists too. So if there's capitalists that are sympathetic to Marxism and that are maybe seeing the writing on the wall and are willing to, because they're at war with each other. All capitalists are in competition with each other, and if they're not careful, they're going to get swallowed up by their own capitalist competition. So to some degree, it almost makes sense for them to work with us conditionally, but we have to recognize they're using us and we're using them. And when the capitalist decides it's no longer in their best interest to have worker-friendly policies, and they start to be doing the much more coercive, whatever, brutal kinds of use the stick instead of the carrot, they're starting to drift towards fascism instead of whatever, liberal capitalism. This is where scratch a liberal, fascist bleeds. It gets a little too complicated, and then we lose the average, the normie, when we try and equate everyone.
I just wanted to mention to welcome TW. I've never seen you before, so
nice to see you.
And you learned something new today.
So did I.
So.
I don't know where that came from either.
And you heard it here first. I have to step away for just 2 minutes. If that's okay with you. I've been trying to pin. I'm not sure if people could see it. I've been trying to pin the link in the chat since. I mean, I can't pin it, so I've been trying to like throw it out there every now and again. You know.
Yeah.
So hopefully they could see it. I'm not sure.
So just
And
on.
I might be late. Like I can't even tell. Because I don't even think Jacqueline's here right now, is she?
No, I'm not sure if she's left or not. She was here. I don't see her. She's gone for a ciggy.
Right. So I think this is lagging. Because I'm on YouTube over here. And I think it's lagging. I think it's not showing me in real time what's happening. So.
Right.
So my bad. Doing the best I can with what I have, okay?
I'm just going to carry on a little bit with the conversation with Sean. He's saying a fascist is someone that believes in the merger of corporate and state powers. And this is a frustrating thing about there's multiple definitions of fascism. That's like the orthodox. I use this definition. I find it's the simplest, most accurate. It's the Mussolini version. The merger of corporate and state power. And I'd say that's the hard part about trying to work with capitalists at all, is when you look at the big picture, it makes more sense for the capitalists to side with the fascists, because what we want to do is dismantle the entire way of like relations to the means of production. We want an actual new start. And what the fascists want is to prevent that from ever happening. What the capitalists are caught between the rock and the hard place is they will also lose private control over their own means of production to the fascists, but they will lose less of it in a technical, it's like a lesser of evils argument. We will take their control over the private property completely away, and the fascists will take control of it, but then leave them in charge of their property in name only. And I guess they find that to be more acceptable, because maybe they can find a way to then use the fascists to defeat the communists and then undermine the fascists to get back to liberal capitalism. I'm guessing. I'm not really trying to theorize for them. So I'm just saying that we have to, as much as I agree with like trying to do the Marxist-Leninist thing, I feel like there's a lot of like that's mostly the way to go. I think they have made mistakes by alienating anarchists too much. And so there's a bit of anarcho-communism from me that's kind of rejected by a lot of the Marxist-Leninists. I'd say we have to be like any Marxist. We have to learn from our mistakes, and we have to be disciplined and like actually like properly educated in our methods to be able to tell what needs to be corrected in like Leninist thought and what needs to be corrected in Maoist thought or Deng Xiaoping. They're not perfect. And one of the things I think we have a problem with is great man theory of history. When we're talking about Stalin and Lenin, and like even the problem with Marxism and Leninism, calling it our ideology based on somebody's name, that is a problem from the get-go. It's like calling an MP3 player an iPod. What we have done is we've made the branding of the person more important than the core concept that they're actually advocating for. So we need an operational definition for Marxism, Leninism that is not personalized in the name of a great man. because that's great man theory of history. I have the same critique of the way that we use in science. We got to call something like a Buckminster fullerene, and that's a fucking physics thing, but it's confusing to understand what the fuck that is because it's all about this guy's fucking personal, like, it makes you think of a person, Buckminster Fuller, instead of whatever the fucking phenomenon we're actually trying to talk about here. So somehow we need to, like, stop. We need to be able to appreciate what Stalin is, like, what's revolutionary about Stalin and stuff like that, without falling into a cult of personality that comes with this great man of theory of history. It's just not easy. This is where nihilism kind of wins at the end, because it's like, how do you actually make this stuff work? When you put it into practice, it gets messy. So how do we determine how much more brown someone's clothes are than red without testing where their loyalties lie? Yeah, this is where you have to, when you're testing people, if they, are you going to penalize them for failing the test in a way, or are you going to give them second chances forever? That's more the liberal thing. So this is where I've been kind of with like Nick Cruz and whatnot. I'm seeing him really get in bed with the LaRoucheites, and I'm saying, look at you, you're turning into a LaRoucheite. I'm telling you to stop doing that. And then if you're going to keep on that trajectory, I'm saying you're failing the test of your of self-critique. That's one of the other Marxist things, is self-critique. And if we criticize everybody else and we don't do self-critique, that's not really valid. So, are you?
I'm back.
What's up?
Oh wait, what is Jacqueline saying? Is this late? Or I don't know. She only took a ciggy break, and for the first time, I might actually make it to the end of the. But no promises. We might be. I don't think we're going to be that long.
Yeah, I'm not needing to do a super long one tonight. We're not really having any takers. If you guys wanted to join us for something you guys wanted to talk about, no worries.
I mean, I really just didn't want to talk about what the Captain Obvious, like the Carmela Anthony case and Rick Troy case. That's Captain Obvious. I just really didn't want to talk about it.
Don't really want. What's that? Captain Obvious? I'm missing what you're trying to say.
Because you are you live in Canada. That's why. It's not something that will be on your radar. So I'm just gonna chill on it. I just don't even want. I've had enough outrage for the weekend to today.
Well, and that's where I'm not on social media as much, and it's kind of hard to do this, like doing reporting for you if I'm not following enough things. But I'm finding the people on the social media aren't really telling any new information. They're kind of just like, the algorithms are playing them and they're letting it happen. And so what people, like, you got to keep in mind, when all this atrocious, outrageous stuff is coming down your feed, you're being targeted. They're personalizing this stuff towards you so that you get outraged by it. And other people have other personalized things to outrage them in a different way. And it's designed to get us at each other's throats. So as much as there's value to the social media so that we can hear what's going on and what other people are saying about it, we're getting kind of caught up in this echo chamber.
There have been some interesting things that I've seen. Like, I try to watch shows that other people are tired of, to see what they're saying, whatever. And a lot of it is like surface shit. Like, I'm so sick of hearing about Candace Owens, like Candace Owens, Thomas Massey.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't even want to.
How many times do we need to hear about them?
Like, it's so obvious to me that I turn on the TV or the computer, and Trump's face or name comes up every day on purpose to make sure that I think about him all the time. Now I can't fucking do it anymore. But now I have to pay attention to some shit that they do, because then they get what they want, which is you turn off whatever and stop trying to figure out anything.
That's a really good point. It's like the chaos is the point, because when you get so sick of the chaos, you're gonna miss stuff like them trying to align the IDF with the American military. Like, what the fuck is that? Wait a minute. Wait.
Or
But you're too busy looking at his Truth Social posts that don't mean shit, or
like
his
Russia and China, how they keep saying how they stand with Palestine and whatnot, but they're just watching it like disappear. So, but all the pundits there, they'll talk about China's really doing something. Just you wait. Russia's gonna come today any minute now. It's like, stop letting them lie to you. No,
they ain't doing shit but standing around and watching.
They're collecting money just like everyone else. They're making the opportunistic play. Do I make more money by staying out of it, or do I lose a whole lot by doing the right thing? Because this is the thing too about the chaos. Is the point you're saying? What then happens when someone tries to break through it and say, "Look, I actually found the truth. You can listen to me here. I'm not trying to be egotistical. I'm just trying to get the truth to you." They say, "Okay, look at you, little know-it-all." Everyone doesn't know anything. It's postmodernism, whatever. Anything goes, whatever. Anyone who tries to act like they know the truth is fucking lying to you. We're all grifters, remember? It's like, that's self-defeating, and that's the point.
It's all grifting. Like, if you give me another Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk story, I'm gonna throw up. Okay? Like, they're done. It's done for.
As far as my article,
move on.
The Candace Owens, I have a comment on that, but I just don't really want to fucking ever talk about her anymore. But I will say that this recent trip to Russia fits exactly with my claims about the Eurasianists being fascists, and the fascists whether they're American or Russian, or I'm sure there's some Chinese fascists over there too, whatever. They're not just on Taiwan, the island of Taiwan, or whatever, right? They're fucking embedded. They're waiting the long game. They're waiting for their moment to flip the fucking tables on the communists in power. But my point is, the fascists all around the world are working together, and we're sitting there acting like, oh, Russia and America are bitter, mortal enemies. Russia and Germany will always be enemies. Actually, there's a very strong case to demonstrate that behind the scenes, or whatever, they're lockstep, hand in hand, or whatever.
They're not enemies.
Not at all.
They're as much enemies as Hitler was with the Zionists.
So if they're enemies,
why put that in your pipe and smoke it?
Why is the Wagner mercenary group, whatever, in the Congo fighting against the M23 on behalf of the Congolese government that is being propped up by the Americans? Somebody want to make that make sense for me?
On the brighter side.
Or if Russia is about to be at war with NATO at any minute, why is it that the Eurasianists in France and Germany, whatever, have such good ties with Dugin, who is apparently fucking so like well respected by Putin and shit, you know?
And why is Argentina selling an island that is a pivotal part of controlling that strait? What? Why are you doing that? No, not Argentina. I'm sorry.
Argentina.
Albania.
Oh, okay.
Why are you selling that? Why are you selling that to the juice? This pivotal part of a strait. Why are you selling that to the juice? What the fuck is happening? Like, these are the things we should be talking about. Not goddamn Candace Owens and whoever, the stupid WWE fight or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, as fun as that would be. I also
there's more important things.
Laughing at this kind of stuff, like it's not funny so much when we're like, my sense of humor has been killed by the emergency. Like
Yeah, it's okay to talk about it, but
Yeah.
like, please, can we? Anyway,
since-
on a lighter note,
Like since COVID happened,
Jacqueline.
just before we go to the lighter note, since COVID happened, we've
Mhm.
been in crisis. Like the crisis has not stopped. It's really been since like 2008 even. But so once you
Since
recognize how the crisis
the
is
fall
only
of the
getting
banks.
worse, how do you solve the crisis by being more unserious?
Oh yeah, 2008 was something serious.
Yeah.
When the banks crashed, it hasn't it like it hasn't stopped since. To be
But as
honest,
long as the strategy of the capitalists has been just pretend like everything is fine, it will eventually work because people will see that everyone else around them not really rising up or doing anything, treating anything like it's serious. So maybe those people are overreacting. That's what the average person has done. They've decided that, well, what we're saying sounds really bad, but maybe it also sounds like catastrophism, and we might just be a little like sorry to say, but you might have some mental health problems. You might want to get some help instead of trying to get me to organize.
I also I don't want to like shit on other media sources that talk about these things, but it just seems like everybody jumps on it. So when I see that, I'm like, why do we need to talk about it? Because I'm sure everybody's seen it already from somebody else. So it's important for us to focus on this other stuff. You know what I mean?
It's actually why we don't talk about Palestine as much as we maybe should, because maybe that's just because in the media that I'm watching, people are covering that a lot. And so I feel like don't have much to contribute there. But the point that they're saying is that we should all cover it unanimously 24/7 so that we can maximize the impact that we have by bringing that situation to attention. I feel like at some point it starts to work against us where it's oversaturated and then people just will, even if they agree with us, they're just tuning out because they can't take it anymore.
Can I talk about the lighter side now?
Yeah, sorry.
Jacqueline, have you never been on an airplane? I think she said she has anxiety about going to an airport or something.
I don't really like
she's
flying.
never been to an airport. And Jacqueline's older than me, so I found that quite interesting. But she is in the UK, so oh wait, no, that's not Europe. That is an island. So you would have to take it's not like you could take a train to a bunch of places.
Oh, is Sean getting out of here? You're saying take care?
I think he said be right back.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry.
Jacqueline said, "Toke him if you got him." Jacqueline is bad.
Well, I don't appreciate the whole what do you call it, reefer madness that still goes on to this goddamn day. This is one of the problems that I've been having with my
Jacqueline says
my mental health diagnosis, whatever. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't
No,
mean
that's
to make
okay.
light
Go
of
ahead.
what you were saying. I didn't mean to make light of what you were saying. I'm sorry.
No. I'm just saying it's pretty embarrassing that people are going to treat someone like they're a danger to be around their kids, that they're token around their kids, as if that's the real danger towards your kids these days. Maybe It's not the best fucking example, but to destroy a family over it is a lot worse for the kids. It's pretty obvious. But they've done it to how many families for decades now?
People smoke around their kids all the time.
Of course, but those few people who get fucking in shit for it, they'll throw the book at them.
How much money you have,
right?
It depends on how much money you have, you know.
You know how many people drink around their kids, but then if you get in trouble where you try and ask for help for your mental health and then you're honest about your drinking, then that's something that they need to take away from you because they see it as like a causal, factor in your problems. Like very backwards.
Well, Jacqueline says, let me see if I could. Oh, she's never been to an airport. She doesn't have a passport. Yeah, and they're not cheap. Lucky's here. MP
What's up,
Nest
Lucky?
96. Hey, Lucky.
Been a little while. Good to see you.
He said, it's for some reason my StreamYard is not working very well. I don't know why. So he says selective outrage is rampant in this society. Yes, it is. Which is something I really want to talk about today. But if you know, right, Lucky? Right? The two very, very high profile cases that have gone down in the last week for Black people. If you know, you know. Yeah.
The antithesis of selective outrage would be being outraged all the time, and that's pretty emotionally draining. And so, not to say selective outrage is better, because what you're saying is people are choosing not to be outraged for things that they should. But that's the thing about being treated like you're panicking all the time. If you're outraged about everything all the time, people just treat you like you have emotional, whatever, like you're emotionally retarded or something.
Ain't that something?
That's where fuckableism.
And the more you are, I hate to use the word woke because the white people took the word and just fucked it up. But the more woke you are, the smaller your circle becomes.
Right.
Because some people you just can't talk to.
Well, that's where this purity fetish idea that comes from this ACP guy, Carlos Carrito, whatever. I find a lot of value in that concept, but it can be misused. So when we're talking about the problems with being too woke, that's basically you stop being woke when you turn it more into a purity fetish. Then what is woke supposed to be about? It's about like being enlightened on the issues of ableism and racism and homophobia and these things, to treat them like that's something that should be corrected as opposed to left as if it's impossible to change. That's the conservative viewpoint, that there's no need to stop people from verbally attacking people for these things,
And it's not that my circle gets smaller because I'm not willing to talk to them. My circle gets smaller because
they don't want to talk to
they
you.
don't want to engage with me on it. Like, don't talk to me about this if you're not willing to hear what I have to say. Like,
yeah. Well, that's something I found gets to be, even with my parents and stuff, it would be, they don't want to talk about some things around me because they know the way I'm going to go with it. And that's kind of a problem. You're sort of censoring yourself and me because you get to know me well enough. Then because you don't want to talk about it, we only have to talk about the things that you guys want to talk about. That's kind of how the right wing forces us to continue to do the wrong things, because they just don't want to talk about that woke stuff. There's just no, I don't like it. I don't have to deal with it if I don't want to. You're not making any points I think make sense anyways. Let's agree to disagree.
I don't have a problem with agreeing to disagree.
On certain things I do. Like as far as the reparations thing,
right?
If you actually want them, if you agree to disagree with the people and you're in the minority, like has historically been the case, like you're not going to vote your way to them by agreeing to disagree.
Yeah, there are certain things that you just can't agree to disagree. Like there has to be a line.
That's basically the line is between right and left. But then people want to say that that's not a valid. Like that's a binary fallacy to like it can be, I guess. Maybe that's a difficult thing to work out,
It is very difficult. I mean, I have, yeah, it's difficult.
Well, the way I see that you can make sense of it is but you're gonna have to actually apply like the Marxist thing of dialectical materialism in order to get past that contradiction, because you can treat the left and right like it exists, but not if you don't have dialectical thinking, because the left and right only truly exists in motion and it's changed over time. And so when we try and treat it like it's a static, frozen category, that's where it gets valid to say that this is false. This is a binary fallacy. But when you're dialectic about it, it's the unity and struggle of opposites. That's what the driver of change, contradiction, everything. That's the orthodox, holy of holy kind of Marxist stuff, right? And it's like, but I agree with it, because when you apply it, like any scientific theory, whatever, you take it and you apply it and you see if it works. By putting it into effect in my thinking, I see that it does work a lot. It's not perfect, right? But it helps explain to me the facts on the ground better than if you don't use it. That's a hard thing to convince a right winger with when you say the solution is Marx, try it.
Well, I think Jacqueline would think that we are dialectical.
It's hard to be like it's the thing that people like when you try
contradictions that clash and resolve.
Like it's not the simplest thing, like just debating people. Like it's a different thing. It's just you can think you're being dialectical and not actually being. People can have different perspectives about what being dialectical is. So, but I think there are differences. Like that's where dialectical materialism specifically is a difference between like the more old-fashioned dialectics are not materialists, and in that way there's a whole lots of problems with them. But as far as like when you like, this is where physics I think is hard. Nobody understands physics or whatever, but I think the only way to understand physics is dialectically materially. It's so because
you love saying that, and that's because
because
communist.
When you think of physics or whatever, it's what is physical. If you're an idealist, your definition of physical is not material at the end of the day, because of what their conclusions are based on their scientific experiments about fucking quantum mechanics and everything. They think physical is not actually materially, physically substance, whatever. They think it's like information. Like it's just a hologram.
I'm going to read the definition, because I don't know. You say that word. You say these words a lot, and I don't think we've ever
I don't think people understand what they don't have a clue what I'm saying, because they don't really know what these words mean.
Well, don't say that. I'm just saying we just never defined it, so I think we should. And also, can you help me out in the chat, because for some reason I'm having a really hard time with the chat. So if there's things I need you to take over that. I can't really help you with that much. Okay, so dialectical materialism is the philosophical foundation of Marxism. It asserts that the material, physical world drives history and human thought, rather than the other way around. Change occurs continuously through a process of dialectics, where opposing forces or internal contradictions clash and resolve, propelling society forward. So I just wanted to say that, because I don't think we've ever said that.
So it's basically like the struggle between like fascism and communism is what is propelling the actual kind of progress in a way. Like the struggle between capitalism and socialism, is like a dialectic. The struggle between religion and science. So between idealism and materialism, you know.
Mm-hmm. So hopefully, you know, like if somebody didn't know, now you know.
Yeah, and so you get to the concept of the superstructure and the base. That's right. Like these are concepts that make a lot of sense if you can start to think like a Marxist. But if you reject that stuff, then we just kind of sound like we like to satisfy ourselves with big words, you know.
See, I can't even see that comment. I don't even have that on my screen.
So I put it up on the screen, and you can't. It doesn't. You still
No,
can't.
no. I'm saying
Oh, now you can see it if I put it up.
If you put it up, I could see it, but on the comment section, it's like frozen.
All right. Well, I was gonna start up here with Jack. I'll show you all the other comments, or the most relevant. I don't like some of them. They're talking to each other. So conservatives are forever doing things to make things worse for marginalized communities. So they're talking a load of crap. And when I'm working a lot with them, basically means that we have to, instead of argue with them, we have to kind of go along with their gaslighting of people.
Well, I would argue that it's not just conservatives.
Liberals too, right?
Liberals too, yeah.
And this is where we end up alone because most of the society is conservatives and liberals. So if you don't want to work the anarchists, even you don't want to work the democratic socialists because they're too liberal, we do kind of end up like being too pure for our own good. But this is where the solution is not corrupting ourselves to the.
But you said you wouldn't work with them. Remember?
There are certain people I really won't work with. You know, I already tried to do this, working with people a little bit. Like I'm the one who keeps getting left on the outside whenever I try to work with people. Isn't that funny how it works out? But haven't you noticed? I've always been like today we had an argument about like we need to work with people. We need to try and not be so individualistic about our approach. Like we need to come up with compromise in a good way.
You said that to me. You said that to me, and I was like, "Fuck that! I ain't going outside."
But this is where we are in the inherently weak position. So when it comes to compromising and working there with the people on the right, there's already a power imbalance because they already have more resources than us, and so it's a little bit of a coercive compromise that we have to put into place so they get more out of it than us. And then it's like the ratchet effect. If we never get an equitable compromise, then trying to work with them over time ends up taking away more from our objectives because it helps their objectives more than it does ours every time. That's why you can't negotiate with the boss. You just have to seize the means of production. But we don't have enough. We have to find a way to gain popular support for that. And you'd think it would be easy because people are fucking suffering. But the fascists are very good at appealing to their suffering from the fascist kind of way, whatever. Get them to just embrace the more brutish, like, let's kill them all and be done with it, rather than let's build a new society, whatever.
And let me play devil's advocate for a second, if you don't mind. And this is not because I'm trying to force you to be like, yeah, I'll work with her. I'm just trying to see how you feel because you said it becomes like a ratchet effect where for the audience, ratchet effect means they give you a certain amount, like crumbs, and then the gears lock, and then they pull the gears back a little bit. Let me see if I could put it on the.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And as far as
I
would be willing to work with them if they break with these people. And this is where, like with Sabby and Nick and like a lot of the people in this space, whatever, I'd be happy to work with you guys if you break with the people I need you to break with in order for me to have, my boundaries, work. Because otherwise I'm doing exactly what I'm saying here, whatever. We're doing that ratchet effect thing, thinking we have to kind of, act in good faith, whatever. You got to give something to get something, I'm not saying we don't try to talk to
So-
conservatives and libertarians. I'm saying that we try to bring them to us without, you got to do the Vanguard thing, take it seriously, right? Talk to everybody, but don't compromise yourselves and tail yourselves to them, thinking that that is being Leninist, dialectic, whatever. It's not any of it, right? It's being opportunism. If you like your Stalin, they like to criticize, opportunism, but they can be hypocrites too. This is where if we want to do historical materialism, whatever, we're in the future compared to where they were. So we have the benefit of being able to analyze what they did. And so stuff like Stalin wrote some stuff against technocracy. That's great. But when you look at what he put into practice, whatever, he seems to also kind of done some technocratic things, whatever. So you have to have like fucking both eyes open.
Okay, so I'm going to show this quickly because, just trying to explain it, and it does visually help better. So here we go. The ratchet effect. And there's ratchet effects in politics, in psychology, like in all facets of life. But this one particular is about politics. So how you're being duped by the fake two-party system. So the Democrats block movement back to the left, and then the Republicans turn everything to the right. So Republicans turn everything to the right, and then the Democrats block it from the left.
Yeah.
And sometimes this little blue thing, they'll pull it up a little bit. Oh, you can't see my cursor.
Well, I can see it.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
So sometimes they'll move this lever up a little bit, move the gear back, and then it'll get blocked like in one notch. Okay, well, you already turned the fucking wheel a whole 100% cycle. So what is 1, 2, 3 notches gonna do? We still behind. I hope that makes sense to everybody.
And I think what people might make a mistake here and say that this is a particular with no universal. Okay, like this only applies to the Democratic Party and the Republican Party and the duopoly system in the U.S. And the ratchet effect is not possible to apply as a concept to any other political situation. And I'm saying you can do it right here, whatever, instead of like just cover it with your thumbs or whatever, the Democrat and the Republican, and just look at the picture and just think of it as like the red cog is fascism and the blue is social democracy. And that fits nicely.
That whole thing is
and that's what Stalin says about that they're also like the left. Objectively, they're the left wing or the moderate wing of fascism, and that's basically what the Democrats are. But because we see Democrats, because the American context, they only use the word in that specific way, or whatever. You can't think of it in any other way.
So would you call this dialectical materialism? This
that's a good question. I'm not sure if I should answer that one. Just like I might have to like look into that. But I think that this might be a dialectical concept. But it's not necessarily because it's like.
But if they're working together, is it really a dialectical?
Right, because that's what I'm saying.
They are in step with each other.
They're not like opposing forces that are their friction with each other is driving a new kind of reality or whatever. This is like
it's made up to just drag the shit along.
So this might be an example of an undialectical, but
undialectical materialism.
No, but an undialectical way of thinking. If you just kind of say like that's what politics is, I give up. The ratchet effect exists. Therefore, the Democrats will like this situation will be all that exists for all of time. this exists to prove what the problem is to move past it. So I don't know if that specifically is. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I have to look. I have to talk to the AI about it. Like, that's where it would be better to talk to more versed. I'm like learning as I go. So I need to talk to like a really real, like well-read, like someone from China university.
I actually agree with you on that because it can't be dialectical materialism if you're not really opposing each other, because they're not opposing each other.
Right.
They're in lockstep together.
Yes.
So I think your assessment is spot on. I was just playing devil's advocate. That's all.
But this is where we're learning dialectics, and I'm so happy or whatever. That's this is. Hey.
You got to check the comments because I can't remember.
Right. Well, isn't there such a thing as too deep into? I'm not sure what we're talking about there.
And knowing Sean, you might not want to ask.
Sometimes the micro discount for actual things. Maybe we have to kind of explore that. I'm saying like tentatively. It sounds like you might be right on that.
I do have one I could see, and it's a very, very important question.
I think 2 questions at a time. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? Yeah, I saw that one.
Oh.
How do you see that one but not the others?
I don't know, because it just freezes, and then every now and again it'll jump. I don't know what's happening.
Most people are mesmerized and don't understand what they are. I can't even get someone to fix my back, yet here I am trying to find that one little bit of confidence in politics. Yeah, I don't know. It's where I don't.
Driving me, Macy, like, you ever had somebody walk on your back? I think that's a fetish. Maybe. I don't know.
Having someone walk on your back?
I
don't know. I think it's just a therapeutic, like it's as long as it's the right, you got to get a kid to do it basically, because heavy is just really bad for you.
Well, I guess it depends. Okay, I said fetish because I've actually had to not had to. I walked on somebody's back before. I was at like this party, and she wanted me to walk on her back, and I had on like these stilettos. But I had a bar
that sounds more like a fetish.
that I could hold. Yeah, I think it was a fetish. Yeah, that was interesting.
That's
I never experienced anything like that. I was like,
like
you want me to do
things.
what?
But
I
yeah,
said, okay,
how
girl.
about what's worse? You know, there's like people who like to be hung by hooks, like.
Oh yeah.
But
yeah,
like their whole body, like what the fuck is wrong with you people? Stop it, or don't put it on camera, please. Anyway.
I think it has something to do with like feeling pain makes them feel alive.
Feeling weightless or something, or I don't know.
Or maybe feeling pain makes them feel alive.
Right, but that's not good.
It's like a mental thing.
It's not a good. It's a maladaptive response to pain, basically. Like if you get into that mental state where, like, self-harm is positive and not negative. I don't know. Not to be too like. I don't like how they're mechanistic and treat people like robots or whatever. But you're
this guy used to date.
Reprogramming your reception to pain badly. Sorry.
This guy used to date his ex-girlfriend was a psychiatrist, and she used to cut herself. And she said the reason she would cut herself is because of all the stuff she heard of other people's experiences. She would go home and cut herself to make sure she was in real life. I said, what the fuck? She needs a psychiatrist.
Yeah, speaking of psychiatry, Sean's saying he had a friend who was into that hanging thing that I was talking about, and apparently tried out for the newer Mad Max movie, and he was, I guess, an amazing person. So that's where I don't really understand everything about psychology, especially like some of the stuff I
Some
might
people
have
just
to
have
with a
kinks.
psychologist about, like the what is healthy sexual fetish and stuff. I think some of it, from my
If it's consensual,
perspective,
I don't give a damn.
I think some of it is are adapting to this being forced into a powerless position in society. One of the ways to escape that is through inverting the response to the lack of control and stuff. So people kind of get off from letting the master kind of dominate them, because that's like living out the fantasy instead of being faced with the dark reality and having to deal with that with revolution or whatever. Let's deal with it with sex escape instead, kind of. But it's not a conscious reaction. It's a subconscious. It would have to be.
Speaking of which, Shudder the Builder used to get pegged by a black woman, which was very interesting. He used to dress up like a fairy and get pegged by a black woman.
Some of that is, I think, that's a response to that.
Very interesting.
The misogyny of the patriarchy and whatnot, like the way that people deal with that, because their true self, their soul, or their inner real person, they don't really believe in that stuff.
You don't know who that is.
No, I never looked into that stuff. I don't really need to hear about who's getting pegged by who like all day.
No. That's not the point. You were talking about, like, you were referencing how they would do that because of some internal.
Oh, but I might have been wrong example.
No, I mean, Shud the Builder is a very good example of what you were saying, but you don't know who he is.
I forget, because we covered it wherever everyone was talking about it a couple of weeks ago, and I'm wondering why it's like still in the conversation, like made quite an impression on people. Still want to talk about it.
Because there are other people doing, like, trying to imitate him, harassing black people around the country. So yeah, it's a big deal.
Yeah,
it's not good.
Yeah. And that's something to talk about then. As far as not to be, I might not like to hear this kind of stuff, but if you fill me in on it, like what I'm saying, my insight, if it is that into psychology, suggests to me that when you're outwardly feeling the need to go display these like racist behaviors to prove how much of a man you are, or whatever, to be in with your in group of whatever white buddies, but you like subconsciously don't really believe in that. You're just
don't
doing
really
it.
Believe it. You're doing
clout.
it, yeah, for clout.
There's gonna be
that's basically what he was doing.
There's gonna be some psychological kind of like, it's like outlet, that like behavior that manifests where to deal with that kind of thing. There's a lot like, why do people do drugs, or how stupid are you to fucking hurt yourself or whatever. Well, that's like a subconscious reaction to.
I mean, that's like drinking alcohol or smoking cigarettes. Like, you know it's hurtful to you, but it's a sense of release or relief or something.
It's definitely a psychological reaction to something. Like, it's not just like,
I don't know how to explain it.
And I don't even know if you want to get into like the hedonists, where it's like their argument is like, no, I'm not repressing anything, whatever. I'm not running from anything. I'm running to something, whatever. I just enjoy feeling good. It's like, so maybe are you running away from feeling bad or something? Or it's hard.
Wait, what's a hedonist? What is a hedonist?
Hedonists are the people who are just don't like, life is about the pursuit of pleasure alone. Like, that is the reason why we exist. So when you want to get into politics and stuff and agonize over philosophy,
hold on.
Problems, you're missing the point of life, right?
Is it the pursuit of pleasure, despite the other person's, like, is that a psychopath or something? Like, you're pursuing pleasure regardless of whether the other person feels like it's pleasurable or not? Or
That's a good point, and that's where I guess hedonism.
Well, I'm
taken
just
to the most
asking because I'm
extreme-
not
Oh
sure.
yeah, no, but I'm saying it's a little different. But if you take hedonism to the extreme, you basically would become like a narcissistic psychopath, right? But
Okay, that's what I was like. Are you talking about a psychopath?
but I'm saying
So you
that
could you could be
average
you could be a hedonist and not like step over people's boundaries.
right
Is what
well,
you're saying? Okay.
it's
Well, nothing's
like
wrong
an
with that.
Greek thing or whatever, right? There's the hedonists and the Stoics and like the Cynics and stuff, or whatever. But the hedonists were the ones who were saying, but like the pursuit of pleasure is the right thing to do, and to focus on. But then the counter arguments from the other schools of thought are kind of what sway me into thinking that that's not really the right way to live, because you just have to kind of recognize a connection between pleasure and pain, right? Like if you have too much pleasure, if you drink too much alcohol, reality seems to be made up in such a way as to make us pay a price for that. And so it's not really possible to truly like enjoy that pleasure because it comes with diminishing returns. The more pleasure you had yesterday, you need to outdo it. You need to always have more and more pleasure. There's limits. It's impossible. It's an idealist kind of thing. But people who won't let go of it will end up going all the way into like the negative phase, I guess, of the hedonism, where there's a lot more pain than there is pleasure. But because pleasure is what matters, you'll have to take whatever pain you need to take in order to get whatever limited pleasure you can get, because there is nothing else.
That's so interesting. There was this. Oh, I'm about to tell this man business, but everybody knew. Cause there was this man who used to do the news for WAFB, and he was found dead. He hung himself, but he wasn't trying to hang himself. He was trying to do like that asphyxiation thing.
Oh yeah.
And
not a healthy practice, I would argue.
And he was in a diaper. Like he liked to wear diapers like a baby. So it's like, out of all the ways to die, now everybody know all your business.
Yeah, that's exactly why you don't do that.
I was like, damn, bro. We didn't need to know this about you. Now we all know.
And that's the don't speak ill of the dead, but I guess we're just not going to talk about that last bit of his life. The last latest small stuff, yeah.
And his wife also worked at the news station, so I know it was super humiliating for her.
Right. But this is where I
come back to work.
I think people get carried away with all this kinky stuff. It's like, yeah, sure, some kinky stuff is fun, it's cool or whatever. It's a turn on, right? But it's like it's a kind of a mark of hedonism or like sadism and stuff, where you're getting close to the psychopathy, whatever. Where it's like, why is this the thing that you're making yourself to be like such a part of yourself? But I guess we have to maybe factor in the other side, which would be the ascetics, like from India. They're like the polar opposite of the hedonists, who are like, we should like pleasure is like the enemy. We need to like do everything we can to stay away from it. We need to starve ourselves, eat a grain of rice a day.
I've been to some crazy parties, Michael. Check the chat. You know I can't check it.
Yeah. Sorry.
Check the chat. I've been to some crazy parties, and I'm just looking like, what the fuck is happening right now? Like, and you can't look like shocked, or because you don't want to make people feel bad, about what's happening. You got to just play it cool and just, look at what's going on in the room. I've seen some crazy shit of people's fetishes and it was all consensual. Like nothing, nobody did anything nobody didn't want them to do. But the things that they wanted to do, I was just like, wow.
That's like those
people. And they're regular people. I was just so
like the parkour people, or like the people who do the crazy mountain biking, or like, you know, there's some seriously dangerous stuff that people do.
Oh yeah.
But that was consensual. So
climb,
I guess
climb
as far as to
buildings
condone it or condemn it, like what's the
you did it on your
thing to do?
You wanted to do it. Go
moral
ahead.
relativism would tell us let people to each their own. And that's kind of how we say it's the right thing to do if they want to do that, to let them do that. And other people say the wrong thing to do is to let people do that. You got to try your best at least to talk them out of it, wherever. That'd be the right, like there's who's right, I don't know. But
I know, because some people like to chase thrill or what have you. And what she's saying is that I should have taken the same name of that nurse.
Nurse Ratchet. It's a good one.
Oh. I
don't know where it comes from.
I've never seen that.
I think it just comes from the gear. Like it's like someone who
I think it just came from the gear. From the visualization of the gear. I think. But who knows? Because I didn't know that cap came from 1500s.
Yeah.
To 2026. So it might be something we should Google and look up.
Well, I'll bet you if we look it up, there is some kind of industrial thing where there's a ratchet needed in some part, some gear in some factory machine. But did you see? I put this up earlier. I don't know if you've read it.
I need rods and screws inserted. It's beyond physical therapy. Oh, dropping me, Macy. Do you have scoliosis, or? She said she needs rods and screws inserted.
Yeah, and then Sean was telling her to start a GoFundMe, which I agree with. We'll
start a GoFundMe. We'll big you up. We'll put it up.
I'm not sure who's a prime example of a turd. I forget what you were saying.
I also I was trying to figure out what I was gonna do on my tiki-taki. I was like, well, or I could do cooking, or I could do what entails being a caregiver. Because that's interesting.
Yeah.
What they say? Hedonism what?
Well, he's saying heathenist. I don't know if that was a play on words, double entendre, but it's basically one of the problems with hedonism is it's hard to argue it's not just selfishness elevated to philosophy. Isn't there a worry that people get so wrapped up in economic or political theory they won't have time to come up with actual material solutions? I think this is kind of like Epicurean. Let's look up Epicureanism, because they have this kind of rejection of politics as a way to get back to what's really matters. But that's only one aspect of it.
So EPI, materialism.
Epicureanism.
Epic.
Yeah. EPICUREAN.
What? Oh, Epicureanism? Oh, I see. Okay. So it says, okay. Go ahead. I see Epicurean Society. So there's a society. Oh, there's a society in Baton Rouge. Let me see. Baton Rouge Epicurean Society. Oh, culinary. It's a. Oh, thank you. Who suggested this? Who suggested this? Because I'm about to say thank you. 5 ways to Sunday. I'm about to join this.
Oh crap! I tried to click on a thing and I got a phishing thing. It's weird. I still usually it turns you away from the site, but it let me add it.
It's like a culinary experience or whatever.
Right. Interesting.
Ooh. Oh, we have one in
Not
Baton
sure about the
Rouge.
culinary side of Epicurean. I just really like learned the broad strokes of the definition. I didn't really go looking into what it really is. But I just what Jacqueline said. Isn't there a worry people will get so wrapped up in economic or political theory they won't have time to come up with actual material solutions. So that kind of reminded me of what I think I remember what Epicureanism is a sort of. So that's the whatever culinary thing, but the source that I called up says it's an ancient Greek philosophical system founded by Epicurus in the 4th century BC. Is best known for its theory of value, namely that humans are ultimately driven by the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain, and that a good life is a pleasurable life. In this view, there is no objective value system that exists independently from human experience. For Epicureans, all human action is motivated by pleasure.
Wait, hold on, Michael.
Yeah.
For some reason, it's showing what I pulled up from Baton Rouge, which is only about food. It has nothing to do with what you're saying. So let me pull up yours, and then you gotta start over, okay?
No worries.
Let me see.
What you're
add the stage.
I put it up. It's up there now.
It's not up there.
Well, it is on my screen. It's not up there.
I don't see it. Do you guys see it? I don't see it.
How about now? Do you see it? What the hell is going on with your StreamYard?
What?
You might need to leave and come back or something. Yeah, you guys see what I just put up here?
Okay, I'm gonna leave and come back.
All right. I'll wait for you in a minute. Give it a minute or whatever before I don't want to get reading it when you leave and then you kind of.
You won't even let me leave. Let me leave.
Oh, what the fuck?
It won't even.
Oh, there she goes. Sounds like she's lagging real bad. She'll be right back. I'm trying to make this bigger. It doesn't look like it's. This font is terrible for this website. There we go. So she left, and she was having a hard time leaving. But does that maybe mean that she's going to have a hard time getting back in? I hope not. I just want to kind of wait a little bit before she comes back before I get too much into this. Because I think she is interested in hearing what it is about, so I don't want to get started without her. She's coming back here now, slowly. The device is connecting, but she's not quite connected yet. Macy's saying, I can't record because I don't have a good enough recorder, and I'm tech savvy. I don't know what you're talking about. My bad. Epicurious? Curious about epic things? Are you Epicurious? So Macy answered she has a severe Scheuermann's disease and scoliosis. Wow, I've never heard of that. We might want to look it up here. Abby, I don't know if can you hear me? Are you there? She's joined the stage. Oh, there you are.
This might be a sign because it's not looking good.
All right, we want to wrap it up then if we're going to be having too many. I got to get walking Bella soon anyway. So do you want me to just kind of quickly touch on this since we're on it?
Yeah, I do because it was only about food, but you're saying something completely different.
Well, I think the food thing was them like putting the philosophy into practice. So if like you kind of read what's down here, it talks about like the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain. And so cooking is definitely all about the pursuit of pleasure. And if you cook right, it's also about cooking healthy foods so that you minimize the pain in life and whatnot. So that's actually, with the food aspect, it's very healthy. But this is where a Marxist should critique Epicureanism for pretending like the avoidance of pain is such an important thing that like a revolution would not be something that we would want to have, because that would be the antithesis of pursuit of pleasure and avoidance of pain. I don't know if you could maybe argue it's like these got to get worse before it's got to get better. So the pursuit of pleasure would be the recognition that you can only avoid so much pain, and so you got to get it over with in order to get to back to the pursuit of pleasure. I don't know. So I guess you can kind of.
Sean is saying good night.
Okay. Oh, yep. Thank you for joining us, Sean. Have a good night.
You stay amazing too, Sean.
Merci beaucoup. You're one of the best. Thank you for everything. So yeah, let's just kind of wrap this up a little bit.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you want to look up what Scheuermann's disease, scoliosis. I kind of forget what scoliosis. I never heard of. Am I saying that right? Scheuermann's disease.
Okay. I know scoliosis. That's when your spine isn't straight; it's curved. But I've never heard of Scheuermann's disease. I have to look that up.
While you look that up briefly, I'm just going to read this out, and then you'll kind of know what Epicureanism is. And then
you have to put it back up on the screen so I could Google it, because I can't see it in the chat. Sorry.
All right. But let me just read this bit. It says Epicureanism is best known for its theory of value, namely that humans are ultimately driven by the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain, and that a good life is a pleasurable life. In this view, there is no objective value system that exists independently from human experience. I think that's what Marxists would object to. For Epicureans, all human action is motivated by pleasure and pain. I think it's a bit of a binary fallacy. In cases where this seems untrue, it is simply because what humans find pleasurable or painful differs greatly amongst people and isn't always obvious. Epicureanism differs from hedonism because it has a specific definition of pleasure. Pleasure what comes of meeting our desires, or is the lack of desires altogether, a state of tranquility or ataraxia, which basically makes the mistake of deciding what what desire is for everybody, instead of saying that there's a plurality of preferred kind of end states of desire, which is the highest pleasure of all in their view. So for Epicurus, there are different types of desires with different qualities of pleasures associated with their fulfillment. There are natural necessary desires like the desire for water, food, sleep, etc., which cannot be eliminated, can usually be fulfilled with relative ease. So I don't know if you want to keep going or...
So I could see why they would use that word to be a bit salacious, because their goal is like health through food, and like everyone should be able to eat healthy meals. Right. So I could see that. It's a stretch, but I could see it.
And you could maybe take their argument logically and say it works in some way, because like if your pursuit of pleasure is heroin in the pursuit of tranquility, but then it's with that vicious withdrawal experience.
Why you had to go so dark?
Objectively a fucking inferior form of pleasure. And so then their argument would be like, our sober, beautiful food that's so delicious and perfect is a much healthier, objectively pleasure form than your very self-destructive, experience that we're afraid of, so we're not going to ever even experience personally, because then we would have to be able to actually objectively compare or whatever, but we would lose our subjectivity. It's very interesting there when it as an example, actually, I think, but yeah.
So I did find the chat while you were talking, so I already looked it up. Scheuermann's disease is a skeletal condition appearing in adolescence where vertebrae grow unevenly, becoming wedge-shaped. So that's a normal spine, right? See, and then that's the Scheuermann's spine. So that is which is interesting because so not only is her spine concave, right? I think concave is the right word, concave. When it yeah. So not only is it concave, then she said she had scoliosis. So it's not just concave, it's also like in an S shape.
Well, based on that picture, there's some concave at the lower spine and convex at the upper spine, or by the shoulders. So, but now she's saying, look up what Adderall does to bones. Then you'll start thinking there is no hope for this generation. Yeah, oh fuck, right?
What does Adderall do to bones? I didn't even know.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, what are you talking about?
I don't even know, but I'm telling you, I can get where I can tell where she's fucking going with it.
Holy shit!
1 and 1 together to make 2.
You can prove 1 + 1 = 2. What does Adderall? Girl, are you about to take me down a rabbit hole? For real, for real.
This is where they don't want to hear the more naturopathic critique of the pharmaceutical industry. Is no matter what benefit it brings to you, the cost outweighs benefit. Like, you want to talk about antipsychotics, right? Those are so good at pacifying those psycho people that are so dangerous. And it's so necessary to use these really toxic pills on people that really have a big risk of death and everything, shrink their brain and everything. But it's like their justifications fall short if you actually look into it 9 times out of 10. But you don't have a degree. You don't know what you're talking about.
You can't read.
Yeah.
You can't read. You can't textbooks and and dissertations. You can't read.
To be honest, there's lots of things I read I don't fucking understand, but that's not necessarily because it's.
But that doesn't mean you don't still read it.
Because the things that you read that don't make sense are things you also read that you don't understand. So there are some things that don't understand because they're literally to beyond your comprehension. And some things it's not gonna make sense because it's fucking bullshit.
Miss Macy, I got. Let me see if I could Google this. How does Adderall? What should I Google? How does Adderall?
What Adderall does to bones?
Affect the spine, the bone, affect bones?
Yeah. I'm sure it would like leach the calcium or something, or it would like put holes in it. It blocks calcium uptake. You know?
Let me see. It says. Okay, so let me share this instead.
That's a great question.
See if that works.
Jacqueline says, how many people know about this, Macy? Are there warnings on the Adderall packets or bottles? I don't know. There might be.
Yeah, it's a great question. Okay, Adderall. Adderall is basically like speed, right? Am I?
Amphetamines. So yeah, it's like.
Okay. Sorry. Finish your statement before I keep reading.
I wasn't really. That's all.
Okay, Adderall can can negatively impact bone health by lowering bone mineral density, BMD, reducing overall bone mass accrual in growing children, and potentially delaying fracture healing times. Ain't that some shit? I would have never known this. Reduce bone density. Studies indicate that stimulant ADHD medications like Adderall are associated with lower bone mineral density and bone mineral content, particularly in the lumbar spine and hip. So were you? So
I'm
were
glad you
you on?
brought this up. Actually,
I don't want to, you know,
it says
give up
ADHD
as much
medication.
information as you want to.
No, this is thank you because my son recently he's been saying to me like he wants to go on the ADHD medication like so he can get things done, and I'm like, no, you don't want to get on that stuff. And I don't really have the right answer as to what's wrong with it. I just kind of instinctively know that there's something definitely poisonous about it, and this would be kind of it. One of them, you know. I also think over time they stop really even working. Your body adapts to tolerance effects, or like adjust to it, and then it becomes something that just over time disrupts your hormonal balance and everything. And
It's like it's like taking melatonin to sleep at night. Eventually, your body will stop creating it on its own because you have been supplementing the body with it. So the body expects you to give it to them. So it starts. It doesn't create it for itself. So speaking of your children, I'm going to read this. Delayed fracture healing research shows that children taking stimulants who suffer fractures experience about a 20% reduction in bone healing speed compared to non-users. Growth and peak mass in children and adolescents. Stimulants can alter bone metabolism and cellular bone formation, potentially restricting growth. This can interfere with the body's ability to reach optimal peak bone mass by early adulthood, which may increase osteoporosis risk later in life. Adult impacts. Research on adult long-term users is still inconclusive, but some studies show decreased bone mineral density in localized areas like the skull and thoracic. I'm sorry. What is that word? Thoracic spine. I don't know what that word means. Thoracic.
I don't know what part of the spine that is, but
I'm gonna ask.
Sounds like the Jurassic part of the spine.
Thoracic.
It's the Thoracic age. You know? Cretaceous age.
Oh, we're about to find out. Come on, little girl. Speed it up. The thoracic spine is the middle segment of your backbone, located between your neck, cervical spine, and your lower back, lumbar spine. Okay. So it's located between here and here. So that's the part that usually you get scoliosis in. Okay, it runs roughly from the base of your neck down to the bottom of your rib cage. So it's like about that much of your spine below your neck before you get to your booty.
They say between your neck and your lower back, like
yeah, it's like
your upper spine. I don't know how your neck would be.
No, it's okay. So after your
shoulder blades and your lower back.
After your shoulder blades, okay, and then before you get to the booty, right? I think that's the thoracic spine.
It's like
I'm sure Driver Miss Macy would tell us. You can check the comments.
I don't know how far up the backbone goes. But anyway,
well, check the comments. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm sure she's responded.
There's a few other comments. I got to go back up a bit.
So don't put your child on Adderall. I told you about my Adderall story, right?
I don't think so. Maybe you have. I forget. Maybe though.
Yeah, you might have forgot. I'm at this club, a reggae club, and my friend brings this girl. Cool chick. Never met her before. And we're talking at the bar, engaging in a conversation. And then we go dance. In the middle of us dancing, she just stops, and looks up at the lights and is just like looking around. I said, what the fuck is going on with this girl? And then like that, she just comes back and starts dancing again. And then we go, I'm like, okay, whatever. We go sit down and I'm talking to her. She snaps.
Sounds like a seizure.
And just goes into her own little brain off. And I asked my friend, what's up with your friend? He said, don't worry about it. She was an Adderall baby. That's what he said to me.
So if you take Adderall,
don't worry about it. She was an Adderall baby. I said, what the fuck? What does that mean?
Does that mean that if you abuse Adderall when you're pregnant, or does that mean if you take it even as?
No, I think her parents gave her Adderall at a young age, all up into her adulthood.
Might need to clarify, because I think it sounds to me like an Adderall baby would be like a fetal alcohol syndrome baby would be, you know, certain maybe.
Well, I can't clarify because he is
like a crack baby.
Rest in peace. He is gone, so I can't ask him.
Oh.
But I assumed it meant that they gave her Adderall at a young, because you know they are giving kids drugs in elementary school.
Well, maybe we could look it up and see.
Can you check the comments, because I can't.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
I can't look up something and check the comments at the same time. But wrong one. So I had Jacqueline had a question for you. Abby, was it a case of what went on at the party stayed at the party and didn't get spoken about outside of the party?
I speak about it. I don't mind talking about it. I don't mind. I just think it's interesting stuff. I've been to a lot of interesting parties, and I've seen a lot, and I don't mind talking about it at all. It's my experience.
There's another question. Do Epicureans concentrate exclusively on their own pleasure without caring about the pleasure or pain of others? I'm not really sure, but I'm thinking you like take it a little bit literally. Then if you're like ignoring other people's pain causes you pain instead of pleasure, then maybe they have like a to each their own kind of approach to it, and do you know, if ignoring their pain hurts you, then, and it makes you feel good to do something for people, then do that. You know, it does donation and charity make you feel good, soothing the pain of others, then they would say do that, I guess, right?
So I do see this from Driving Miss Macy. I don't know how far up I am. She said, no, don't do Adderall unless you want to be deformed and mentally crazy. Now, I'm not going to lie, Miss Macy. I have done Adderall before, but I was an adult. And I can see the allure of doing Adderall because it makes you so focused on what you're like. You're going to get a lot of shit done.
Isn't that what people say about Coke too, though?
I don't know. I never done Coke. So I can't, but I mean,
people always come up with justifications for why the being addicted to the thing is actually good for them. But that's to me, you have to be very careful about like not condoning that as advice to give to people.
Oh, I'm not giving advice. I was just saying.
You don't know, don't tell the kids about the drugs kind of thing. Yeah.
And then I just noticed it made me very, very attentive to everything I needed to do. Like my task list was done.
That's the positive phase of it. When it gets to the negative phase is when it's being like cycled out of the body, when it's after it's had it, after your tolerance is adjusted to it, and what, like when the dialectical, whatever, understanding it dialectically, whatever, you see that it's not all good, right? But if you look at it in just the advertisement, whatever, hopium says, oh, look, we made this thing, this wonder drug that does this thing that we say it does, and there's nothing we're not telling you.
Mm-hmm. So I could see, I mean, I saw what it did to that lady I was young when I saw that. And so I never I had it once or twice or maybe 3 or 4 times, I don't know. But never consistent, never, because doing drugs is not my thing. It's just not my thing.
Right.
Not my thing.
And this is where, like Sean was saying, coke makes you dance and talk. Meth makes you take apart a VCR for no reason. It also makes you talk about some conspiracies about like space people and stuff. Like there always seem to be, there's some kind of super psychosis that goes on with some of them.
And Sean, doesn't coke make men's penises smaller or something?
Or not work, I think.
Or not work? Is it not work, or it makes it small or something?
Maybe, I don't know. One or the other.
I was told that.
On that, yeah. I've been told.
I was told that. I don't know.
Rondo says, I've been told that coke is very much like coffee, but to the extreme. I wouldn't know either. I never went past the gateway. I mean, cannabis is pretty fucking great. But then people say, look at what cannabis does to you. You know, it's not all good.
I wish I could smoke cannabis. I wish I could.
Some people smoke it and they really can't, right? Like it fucks with them. So it's interesting.
I wish I could do it, but when I smoke,
yeah,
I am not present in the moment because I just like tune out. I'm in my own little world, so that's why I don't smoke, because it seems like a disservice to like my friends and family that I'm around.
Well, yeah, and then this is where people would say, like, the way that I live, like, kind of antisocial and stuff, it could be a direct cause of, like, the pot. And then, well, people would say it's pretty fucking great. You know, I'd say I think it works. It's pretty fucking great, right? But if it makes me so, like, detached from everyone, right? Like, then that's not really good at all, whatever. But I think that's where it becomes really hard to put your finger on what the cause of a behavior is. It's really easy to think of it like, so I was going to say, is it a psychological block that you're talking about when you're on it? You don't like how you feel?
But
it's hard to say it's not biological block because because we're all different.
I have mentioned this before, that like I came to the realization, I didn't really understand it, but I had a friend that really couldn't talk. Like he couldn't get his thoughts out. And he'd be so frustrated. But then when he smoked, he could have a full-on conversation with me. And I realized, oh shit, when you smoke, it slows down your brain enough so you can catch the thoughts in your head to articulate them to me.
This is where
there's a lot of people like that.
This is where, sadly, medicine becomes a whole much more difficult thing to figure out, because that means that some advice for some people is really bad for other people, and what sounds like really bad advice for someone is actually maybe good for them.
Exactly. So you got to find what's right for you, but
because that's what doctors' argument is.
Prefer to be natural.
That's the way that they get the kids on the ADHD pills, right? Because they say their brain works so fast, they need something to slow them down or whatever. But then they give them the wrong, like we would say, give them some cannabis. And we say, no, can't do that.
I would say give them some recess. Let them go run their ass ragged. Shit.
Yeah, that's where I say,
what happened to recess?
Take the tablet away. They can't live without their tablets. They're super addicted, right? So I'm saying, take the tablet away long enough to tell me that you can't observe the ADHD disappear and it would prove it as a symptom of addiction and not an ingrained, more eugenic whatever assumption, which would be that it's just an ingrained biological.
Every child in
inferiority.
high school has tablets now. They don't have books. They have a Chromebook. They
I
can.
can't get them
they
off
can-
of it. I'm not getting off the computer, so I can't literally. I'm too hypocritical to actually put it into force, and I don't have, with stuck in court, whatever. I don't have the authority, so it is what it is.
Hmm. Well, you know, I substitute taught, and they all have Chromebooks in the classroom, and
I don't like that stuff. My daughter,
they can could be doing anything on that damn Chromebook. They could not be doing their work and just be doing other shit. You have to like physically walk around and look and see what they are doing.
My son was telling me about he was found away around the whatever block. I think he looks up at home stuff, ways around like the computer. I don't know. All the kids help each other. There's an arms race between the kids and the tech people trying to control the kids, or the tech that they give to the kids. So I was gonna say though, my daughter has these hearing aids that has like an FM radio system built into it, so that she can, like, the teacher will be able to speak to her from the other side of the classroom or on the other side of the playground if she's up to no good or whatever, in a way that is actually taking her disability and turning it into a way that she can be like personally targeted in a way that you can't other kids. So I think that shouldn't be allowed, whatever. But they're selling it like, but what about the positive sides of it, right? You got your fucking.
So
your
I'm
voice
wondering.
Here, and you're gonna talk about how good it is, or whatever. Like, that's a power no one else should have.
I'm wondering, like, what about sign language? Why not sign language? Because the baby that I he's all he does, he talks all goddamn day, but he ain't saying shit. And I try to teach him sign language, and it's finally clicking with him. He told me he wanted more milk. He signed it to me, more milk. I said, "Oh my God, he fine. Okay."
I think it's like a lack of people. I don't know if it's a dwindling language or it's not a fast growing language. There's not enough speakers, no people who know how to. So like anything with the capitalist, whatever, it's just cheaper to go with. It's easier for the mass deployment to do like the tech solution instead of train all these people. And like me, I should know sign language, but it's kind of hard to pick up. This is where they should teach kids when they're young.
It's not that hard.
Right?
Go on YouTube. It's not that hard.
Well, I feel like I got certain things. My memory isn't like as good as it used to be, or whatever. I would have to like really. I wouldn't be able to.
Repetition
I
is
don't
key.
have so much time in the day, or whatever. I'd probably have to stop doing some things that I do, or whatever, in order to do that. So it's maybe that is the
repetition would be key.
On, sorry.
So I learned a lot of sign language when I lived in North Carolina. I joined a group of people who sign, and I would go, like, we would have lunches and dinners and stuff. So all the stuff that I learned, I would go to this group with deaf people, and none of them can talk. So we can only talk through sign language. Immersion is really the key. When there's no other way to communicate but that way, you figure it the fuck out.
Sean says, no, it's called Coke Dick. It is shy. That's called ED. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about here. Basically, that's fucked up. Now I have to fight for you. You are in what state? I have lawyer friends that I can check in with. Nice. Solidarity with Macy. Let us know if we can do anything to help you.
Start your GoFundMe, Macy. We'll big it up over here.
TN, there is no lawyer that's going to spend the time of day if you don't realize.
He lives in Tennessee. Tennessee. I live in Tennessee. That's what she's saying.
This is where I really hate how lawyers are a solution for some people, but for others, they're like, people will tell you, go get a lawyer. And it's like, I don't think you understand how they don't like see us as people almost, or they only help us in certain ways or whatever. And there's things that we need them to help us with legally. Like I have a serious situation with like way my mental health has been used against me to take away my rights and whatnot. Where's my fucking lawyer to help me with that? They don't want to talk with me, whatever, because of my kind of outburst, whatever, the way that I behave. So there are some people who just don't have the access to the lawyers that everyone thinks that we do, and they don't really care. And it's like, there is no lawyer that's going to spend the time of day. Trust me on that. People think, no, that's your block, right? You set for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I think it's a bit of both at least. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. My son was
I watched, so not getting into those other criminal cases that happen for Black people in America. If you know, you know. I did watch this one criminal case. It was so sad. This dude was he was 30, and he was trying to like get some money out of the he was in Louisiana. They have like slot machines in some of the corner stores. Like it's a very gambling community. And he was trying to get like some quarters out or something. I don't know. The his public defender, I never seen a public defender like this. He really defended this dude. Okay, this dude was like tossed around all his life between his mom, his dad, his grandma, suffered physical abuse or what have you. At 15, he committed some crime or something. He went to prison for 15 years, adult prison. So at 15, you sent him to an adult prison, and he was sexually exploited for 15 years.
His life is already taken away.
Exactly.
Don't have any life left.
And the judge was like, this is not what she said, but basically she said, this is fucked up. Like, this dude never had a chance. He had his psychiatrist was like, he really needs to be I don't think he needs to go back to jail, but I think he needs to be supervised in a structured environment so he can actually learn.
I don't think he can really have like.
He only had an 8th grade education.
This is where
he was reading on a 3rd grade level. What the fuck? I'm thinking, oh my God, I can't even imagine having that life. Like, I'm so thankful for the life I had. To not be able to read, like that's the first step, being able to read.
Right.
Am I right?
If you're like mentally deficient, challenged, you know, that's where you don't really have the rights that even like on paper we're supposed to treat them with the same kind of equal rights as everyone else, but in
It
practice,
wasn't really about being mentally challenged. He
right?
was just abused.
But he was abused to the point. This is where you can be traumatized so much that you can't really heal that, and I think it kind of comes from this eugenic mentality that it doesn't matter how serious whatever someone is destroyed, we can bring them back to normal. And it's like, no, this is part of the other part of ableism. You can be ableist by dismissing someone's ability that they do have that you don't think that they have, but you can also be ableist by assuming that someone is capable of things that they're never going to be capable of. And to stop being ableist is to start treating their limitations with respect instead of something to have contempt for them for. So if someone is traumatized that badly, I'm saying the guy's going to need to be babysitted for the rest of his life, and he's not really to have the capacity to have independence anymore. That's nothing to be like saying like contemptuously, like to have any disrespect, but like to respect the person that is in that, like to beyond the point of no return. Like I'm not sure if this is that person in this case or whatever, but I'm sure there are people who are like coma people, or for sure, like there are people who are helpless and need other people, and so they need these rights or whatever, but they don't get, if you're not totally comatose or whatever, if you're kind of just limited in some way, it's really important that your caretaker is like accountable, supervised, like fucking Stephen Hawking or whatever. His caretaker, like he was a fucking weirdo creep, and he kind of deserved it or whatever. But besides that, two right don't make wrong or whatever. Like his fucking caretaker abused the shit out of him because she had the power and freedom to do so. And so we have to be careful. This is why eugenics has to be something we're against, because otherwise this is the kind of stuff that becomes permissible.
So I put the link in the chat if anybody's interested in watching this. Like, he was questioning his own sexuality because of how he was tossed around in an adult prison since 15. He spent 15 years in jail.
Yeah. And this, we don't know.
So I put it in the link if y'all want to watch. But
yeah, thank you.
It made me cry, to be honest.
Someone like this might be like science kind of needs to, by trying to help them, going to need to learn sort of what the limits of someone's mind is. Like, we'll find out if someone can be rehabilitated by trying to rehabilitate them. And that's not necessarily experimentation on them, but it's going to kind of need to be experimentation with them at the pace that they can handle, you know, that kind of.
Yeah. It just, sorry. I was just in awe of the fact that the public defender, because usually they don't give a fuck, okay? This man was really, trying to advocate for him. So I thought that was interesting, because that doesn't happen that often, The dude was clearly needed help.
And this is where it gets complicated when we're so anti, like psychiatrics. What people would say, the dude needs help, they'd say you're nuts if you think this guy's not going to need our medication. And maybe
so it's like
people need it. I don't know. But.
So he was in jail for 15 years. He got out, and they just, all right, bye. Okay, well, what do you expect him to do? Other than try to rob or steal or something, because he has no skills. He was 15 when he went to prison. An adult prison with no education, and you just let him out and be like, okay, bye. You asking for him to come back.
Yeah. is where, and then they talk about like crime theory. You know, that's one of the things that we should talk about one day. Is a bourgeois criminal theory is full of shit, and they're all like recidivism. Where we have to do certain things to encourage them not to return to prison. They don't actually fucking put it into practice. Like they know they're full of shit, but the public is the ones that take the crime theory as fact and not propaganda. So a lot of civil rights lawyers start off public defenders. That's
some of them are really good.
like
I know that for a
reformism,
fact.
though.
Some of them really do their due diligence. So, and some of them are overloaded with cases. Some of them don't give a fuck. Like it's it's a mixed bag. Okay,
It's a bit of a Russian roulette.
it is Russian roulette for real. Because if you're not paying, then they ain't spraying.
This is where I'd say,
if you know what I mean.
Where are the lawyers for the revolutionaries, and how effective are they? I think the lawyers are kind of impotent, they're reformist at best. They can only advocate for change within the structure of this imperialist law that is a farce. Like they think that they can go around legalizing laws at home about sending weapons abroad and whatnot to commit genocide, and then sit around and act like they're your lawyers fighting for something within a system that is coherent and rational. It's made itself clear to be propaganda. Like the entire legal system is fucking just propaganda. It's not justice at all. Doesn't even try to be anymore. It's tried to legally come up with like theories that explain why it doesn't even have to be just.
May I this is derailing the conversation a little bit, but not really, because you're talking about how the criminal system is not just. Okay, I watched a documentary yesterday, Me and Black Light, and it's based on a true story. So no, it was a movie, not a documentary. So if it's a movie, they do salacious stuff or whatever. But this man, he had like bought all this land, and he was like farming the land. He was doing all kind of stuff or something, and he got behind on like 2 or 3 payments or something like that. And the loan company seized his property. He was trying to work with the bank, and the bank wasn't having it. Okay. He went to the bank and took the loan officer hostage. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah.
Let me ask Black Light the name of it.
Criminology, they would say that that man is the criminal one. But if the bank robs the shit out of the entire community, and then the one man who has enough honor to go and actually, hold the people who are responsible accountable through the only means left available to them due to the said robbing of these people.
So this is like Luigi, right? So this happened in the 1970s. How do we not know this? Because they don't want you, like, okay, it's sensationalized now in 2026, but why do we not know this?
I don't understand how bank robberies don't happen more often, right? how just murder doesn't happen, of like the powerful doesn't happen more often. You know, like they're not so untouchable, but like that's where you can't talk about it, right? Because it's a third rail kind of. It's a very dangerous thing to talk about. But just like from a sociological perspective, I am fascinated by how this irrationality continues. You know, it is very dangerous.
Do you know who Robert Hinton is?
Robert Hinton, no.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask you a very serious question. Okay. Wait. I think his name is maybe it's Richard. I'm sorry.
But this is where I don't think they really tell us. I think there's a lot of things, a lot of people getting killed and stuff that they just don't tell anybody about, which is not okay. Because they don't want the whatever population to panic. They don't.
Rodney Hinton.
So they don't let you know that governance should be. You should be worried about what their failure to properly govern or whatever, and they're killing people to clean and to get past that.
I apologize. His name is Rodney Hinton Jr. His son was shot dead by the police. Okay. His son was like 18 years old, shot dead by the police. He in Cincinnati, Ohio. Okay. So he went to the police station with his family. They went to watch the video of how his son was fatally shot by the police. Now he was so distraught because he drove himself there. He was so distraught that his family was like, "No, you're gonna ride with us." So they took him home. Okay. They brought him back a couple of hours later when they thought he was okay, so he can get his car. You know what this man did? Well, you don't know. I'm going to tell you. This man, the first police he saw, he ran them the fuck over. He didn't give a damn. He was like an eye for an eye. Now, what you think about that?
I just had to go grab a snack, whatever. Kind of listen a little bit, but I'm also needing to say, but I can't really get into.
The baby gotta go walk.
I gotta go take the dog. So I don't know.
We'll talk about that later.
The end of the conversation, but
we'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
Well, let me do my thing. Hold on.
Okay, here we go.
Let me do my thing. Hey, Bella.
Ready? Ready to go?
Oh, Bella.
I've been with me.
Sweet baby.
More.
She's been so patient. Thank you, sweet Bella.
It's time to go.
Okay. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't let me.
Shout out to the chat.
Yeah.
Shout out. We love you. Mwah.
Thanks as always for joining us and for sticking with us. Hope we had a good
for real
night. Sorry we got a little heated, but sometimes we kind of got.
Don't feel sorry. Don't feel sorry about that.
In some ways, you should be. If we get a little bit,
I don't feel sorry.
If you cross a line, like there is such a thing as the right context for being sorry. So I'm not sure. Maybe this was not.
Oh, I thought we were okay.
One of them. But anyway, we can talk more about it offline. But I'm just saying,
I think we already squashed it, so
no, I'm
it's
just
good. We good.
yeah, not to relitigate it. So
Right, we good. Like
thank you.
my stance.
Right. Like
We
you're
good.
saying about the last time we got into something or whatever, sometimes like we need to kind of talk about this stuff, and it's like even though it might be a little bit uncomfortable for us, or it feels like there's a little bit rocking the boat, I think it's not all about Schadenfreude or whatever. It's good content in that people kind of need to hear this kind of stuff because it gets repressed. People don't want to talk about it because you get in trouble with people. It's better to go along to get along. So it's good to hear people get into stuff. So, but I got to get going. So thank you, everyone. Have a good night. You wrapping up here too, Abby? You gonna take the last word?
Yeah, no, well, I can't see the comments, so I guess I gotta go too.
Yeah.
Oh, did I do that? Did I just do that?
I got that. No, I got it for you.
Oh.
You want me to read that out? So
yeah, please. What does it say?
So they never did anything whilst that man was in prison to try and educate him in any way? Or did they regard him as just being there to do unpaid?
No, they did not. No. He didn't get a GED or anything while serving 15 years. As a 15-year-old in an adult prison. So no, he did not. So are we reforming, rehabilitating, or are we just letting people loose with PTSD out in the ether with no job, no ability to take care of themselves? And then what do you expect will happen? So, yeah. That's what I got to say about that.
I think Cowboy Kitty's popped in just at the end here. What's up? Hello, goodbye.
I got big hands. My big hands.
Nah, you don't. Saying the Denzel movie where he held the hospital hostage until he took care of his son was also a true story. Yeah, I saw that video.
Oh, I remember that.
You are going to give my kid surgery.
I remember that.
So go ahead and get it done. I don't care if they arrest me. That's a good movie.
I remember that story.
I don't really like Denzel Washington because I don't like the bourgeois, whatever actors.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's a good one.
All right. Well, we're gonna say good night. Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. Good night, sweetheart. It's time to go. I hate to leave you, but I really must say good night, sweetheart. Good night. Damn. My phone isn't. I really tried to hit the. See? It's not working. Okay, I'm just gonna say goodbye because this is not working. I don't know what's going on with my.
You're my bad. Let me put on the music.
Love y'all. Bye.
Bye.
Uh-oh. Okay. All right. Bye-bye.